design is many things to different people. Most would associate it with art, fashion, and graphics. But that is only one facet of this multi-dimensional concept. Design, more importantly, is also the creation of human-centered solutions. They can be solutions to everyday challenges that make life easier, like adding wheels to your luggage to create the modern four-wheel suitcase. Or they could be solutions to global challenges that affect the lives of millions, like the creation of a shared network where information can be exchanged at any time by anyone at any location, what we now call the Internet. Design is the sum of ideas and expertise from different fields to create an effective, efficient, and sustainable solution. Nurturing design innovators is crucial to the continued advancement of humankind in a world bombarded by unprecedented challenges. They will transform our lives, drive innovation, grow economies sustainably. And at Singapore University of Technology and Design, also known as SUTD, our mission is to nurture the future generation of design innovators. Inspired by the evolution of design thinking, SUTD is revolutionizing design and leading the charge towards a new era of innovation. Students, of which 40% are female, are trained in design innovation and are immersed in a collaborative learning environment where they can easily go from concept to prototype, programming and testing. An interdisciplinary curriculum brings together 5 degree programs for more holistic and creative innovations, be it in education or research. We are united and inspired by a single-minded goal of improving lives and safeguarding our planet. We call this a better world by design. From autonomous systems that can learn and adapt to new innovations in sustainable materials, design with the power of AI can help build smarter, more enjoyable cities, unlocking breakthroughs beyond our wildest imagination. It will also help power our economy to stay competitive into the future. Design powered by technology and AI truly is here to help us build a better world.
A very good morning. Thank you for participating in the first Industry Workshop 2020.
The power of change will ignite the transformation process and make Singapore stronger and better.
We have to be really bold with our imaginations. We have to have all ideas coming in together. And the universities and the academia provide a great platform and a great source for just that, the technology push.
We will enter an intelligent world in the next 30 years. In this new world, all things will be sensing, connected, and intelligent.
In this world of fostering collaboration, we have to share, because when you share more, you learn more. Okay? Because it's going to be vice versa both ways, right? And I think also it's also part of the culture that we need to kind of help to nurture. Right?
It's also important for university to help to nurture entrepreneurship, to promote innovation, and also to bring some of this discoveries, or know-how, to create new startups, bring and to generate more enterprises.
A lot of the industry requirement needs to work with the professor at the beginning of their basic research. Therefore, you can actually get alignment earlier. And this is something I truly believe that we need to do.
I believe that as Singapore progresses, the arts and the social sciences become more and more important. And with specialization, each of us can look after a different aspect of what makes human life rich, enriching, and enjoyable in that sense.
content is just one piece of the puzzle. You need industry to adopt, you need people to adopt, you need individuals to adopt. And I think this is where Learning Hub can come in and actually be as that, be a platform to be able to outreach and build those strong networks together with the global providers.
This year, we received a large number of submissions for the research competition. Kindly refer to the First Industry Workshop website. The website can be accessed at www.sutd.edu.sg/first.
Our robots are designed and manufactured in Singapore, and we have quite a few global distributors currently. We actually have a 23-pager safety report to assure our partners that our robots have been tested and are safe to use.
I'd like to extend our deepest gratitude for your participation in making this event a success. It has been an interesting day filled with visions for innovation and collaborations for the future. Join us next year for the 2021 edition of First Industry Workshop. See you then.
So people need three things to survive on Earth: food, energy, and water. In our research group, we are targeting two of these fundamental challenges: water and energy. And we want to use low-dimensional nanomaterial to solve these two challenging issues together. Usually, in the research community, some research group they are targeting on solving energy issues, and some group they are working on water treatment. However, in SUTD, we are focusing on one very unique area. We are trying to find one solution for these two challenging issues together. So in one of our projects, it's called the desalination battery. Basically, we desalinate seawater, ocean water, remove the sodium and chloride ions from the seawater. At the same time, we utilize the sodium and chloride ions to store energy. So we desalinate the water and store energy, making that two steps together. With these new solutions, actually we can supply fresh seawater, desalinated water to everybody in Singapore. At the same time, we can have low price energy storage being available to everybody. My big vision for this project is we can turn the entire ocean into a big desalination battery, a huge desalination battery. So everybody can enjoy the desalinated water and free power from this huge desalination battery. We are also looking at to recycle valuable resource from the seawater. For example, as we all know, lithium metals is one of the natural metal we can find in seawater. We're also looking at ocean mining to recycle those very valuable metal ions from seawater and then utilize them as battery electrode to store battery or for other purpose. I think by that way, we can maximize the natural resource we can achieve from the ocean.
We produce 300 million tons of plastic every year, and 90% is actually missed, it's not recovered. It ends in oceans or ends in landfills. Plastic per se is not bad. I mean, plastic was invented in the 1930s, and since then, actually, most of our development, in the last century cannot be understood without the benefits that plastic brought into society. The problem is actually also how society has become added to this material and the amount that we are producing and this lack of integration into the natural systems. We are not trying to remove plastic. We are not trying to go back 100 years on technology. What we are trying is completely the opposite. What we are trying to do is to bring materials that they outperform plastic in many senses. They open like new possibilities, and they enable to make engineering in a society that moves around biology, and by definition that society will be sustainable. So take, for example, the case of FLAM, right? The material that we made in collaboration with Stilianos. So this material is not only strong, but again, since we never modify the composition, like respect the natural molecules, it's actually perfectly integrated in the ecology of Earth. So FLAM is made out of cellulose and chitin. They are like the most abundant and second most abundant organic polymers on Earth. Cellulose is well known for everybody, is everywhere in green plants, right? Chitin is less known because of the lack of industrial uses. Chitin, for example, is the cells of the insects. The protective exoskeleton of the insect is made mostly of chitins. Same thing for molluscus and the sea cells. Actually, they are also made of chitin. So it's a molecule that nature is using in very different areas to make strong protective materials. In the Fermat lab, the lab that I lead in Sutd, we focus on the integration of biology in other engineering fields. We are setting the ground to what we call the biomaterial age, where biology will link and integrate with other engineering fields to bring them to the next level. In the case of plastic, what we are determined is to actually break this cycle of production and consumption of plastic in a non-sustainable way. And what we're trying to do is to set a new paradigm that is based on biological materials, where your materials are produced, manufactured into products, and degrade in closed regional areas. And actually they have like this kind of circular economy society embedded into the material itself.
Advances in material science often lead to huge increases in productivity and advancements in society. If you think about it, it's like the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, they're all named after materials. And more recently, silicon and glass optical fiber led to the computer and the internet. So you can see that these technologies have had a profound impact on the way that humans live and behave, and also fueled the economy to a certain extent. And therefore, it's very important that we continue to design, discover and develop new materials. So we're studying chalcodrenide materials. These are materials that substantially consist of sulfur, selenium and tellurium, and they have fascinating properties. One of the properties I like and study the most is their phase change property. So they can exist in multiple states at room temperature. This is very different to most materials. Here we have an opportunity to switch them and use those to make devices that have switchable properties. So you might have experienced chalcodrenides, especially if you're my age, when we were recording most of our data onto DVDs and CDs. They were actually the active layer in the rewritable CDs in the 90s and noughties. These materials have a number of applications aside from the technological applications that we're looking at in Actalab. For instance, chalcodrenides are often used in solar cells, and they're used in thermoelectrics, also semiconductor devices as well. So in our group, we're moving away from some of the more traditional chalcodrenide materials that other groups are looking at for data storage, and rethinking some materials that were once discarded for data storage applications and applying them to photonics. One of the big advantages of our group is that we can go through the whole process from conceiving an idea for a material, simulating it, testing it in the lab, or trying to create it and test it in the lab, and then fabricating a device. So we don't only do device design and we don't only do materials design, we do the two things in conjunction, and this gives us an extra degree of freedom because we're no longer limited by off-the-shelf materials or pre-existing designs. We can design the materials and design devices synchronously for a specific application. We've recently found a material that has a very high transmissivity in the visible spectrum, and this is really useful for display technologies. We're currently working with A-Star, other universities in Singapore, to create holographic displays and beam steering devices based on these materials. And hopefully one day we'll all have a chalcogenide holographic display in our living rooms.
I like hawker centre because I like to hang out with my friends and my family.
We like hawker centres because it's affordable and there's a wide variety of food available there.
I like the hawker centre because of the local kopi.
I like hawker centres because of the food that gets passed down generation to generation through their recipes.
In Singapore, food is very important, and hawker centers is the place where people celebrate food in community. So we think this is a subject of study for us, and we think that the hawker centers could be further explored and incorporate new things to make them more exciting and more relevant in the future. Hawker centers now are under the pressure of the food courts and the malls. So the question would be, how can we make them relevant again? How can we incorporate new things? How can we change and tweak the existing spaces so that they are relevant and attractive for people and to face the new challenges that Singapore is undergoing? So part of the research I'm doing in Sutd is related to sustainable space making by using digital tools. So digital tools for architecture is the way that we can integrate data with design intentions. So we can merge very objective information with our intuition to really create sustainable spaces. So we can actually design geometries that are self-shaded and create cross-ventilation that are utilizing more our resources, natural resources and energy, and to address more complex challenges. The challenges in the future, I think, would make the hawker centers be more integrated and articulated with society. So it's not a room where people go, it's more a space that is more connected, more open, and also more sustainable. So I see the hawker centers like something closer to a park than a room within a building.
Transportation is responsible for a quarter of the world's global CO2 emissions. This is a greenhouse gas that contributes to global warming. About 3/4 of that is due to road transport. This means the cars and trucks that we use to get our goods and to move around. The world vehicle population is about 1.3 billion vehicles today, and it's expected to grow to 2 billion vehicles by year 2050. Freight transport demand is expected to grow 3 times around the same time frame. So the challenge is really how to address this growth in demand. How can we make sure that we fulfill these travel needs sustainably? So my research at Sutd looks at sustainable urban mobility. We are interested in different ways to reduce the environmental impact of transport in our city. One of the most recent projects we did was to look at freight transport or the movement of goods in the city. And we're thinking of different ways to optimize the movement. So one thing we found out through the research study was that trucks actually idle quite a fair bit and also are not fully loaded most of the time, and these are signs of inefficiencies that we're trying to correct. There are several things that we can do as an individual to reduce the environmental impact of transport. First is to avoid car travel wherever possible. So this means adopting virtual meetings instead of physical meetings, or walking, cycling, and taking public transport like the bus or MRT. If we were to take taxi or private hire rides, we can consider sharing the rides. The average car occupancy is only about 1.7 passengers, which is fairly low. A car can actually take on more passengers, so share the ride when you can. Another thing we can do if we were to opt for car travel is to consider using smaller or lighter vehicles that's more efficient than bigger and heavier ones, or even consider the use of hybrid vehicles, which are more efficient. In terms of online shopping, consumers can also make a difference by choosing maybe not so urgent deliveries or having their deliveries sent to delivery lockers. So this reduces the risk of missed deliveries and extra trips that have to happen. So small choices like that can actually make a difference as well.
design is many things to different people. Most would associate it with art, fashion, and graphics. But that is only one facet of this multi-dimensional concept. Design, more importantly, is also the creation of human-centered solutions. They can be solutions to everyday challenges that make life easier, like adding wheels to your luggage to create the modern four-wheel suitcase. Or they could be solutions to global challenges that affect the lives of millions, like the creation of a shared network where information can be exchanged at any time by anyone at any location, what we now call the Internet. Design is the sum of ideas and expertise from different fields to create an effective, efficient, and sustainable solution. Nurturing design innovators is crucial to the continued advancement of humankind in a world bombarded by unprecedented challenges. They will transform our lives, drive innovation, grow economies sustainably. And at Singapore University of Technology and Design, also known as Sutd, our mission is to nurture the future generation of design innovators. Inspired by the evolution of design thinking, Sutd is revolutionizing design and leading the charge towards a new era of innovation. Students, of which 40% are female, are trained in design innovation and are immersed in a collaborative learning environment where they can easily go from concept to prototype, programming and testing. An interdisciplinary curriculum brings together 5 degree programs for more holistic and creative innovations, be it in education or research. We are united and inspired by a single-minded goal of improving lives and safeguarding our planet. We call this a better world by design. From autonomous systems that can learn and adapt to new innovations in sustainable materials, design with the power of AI can help build smarter, more enjoyable cities, unlocking breakthroughs beyond our wildest imagination. It will also help power our economy to stay competitive into the future. Design powered by technology and AI truly is here to help us build a better world.
A very good morning. Thank you for participating in the first Industry Workshop 2020.
The power of change will ignite the transformation process and make Singapore stronger and better.
We have to be really bold with our imaginations. We have to have all ideas coming in together. And the universities and the academia provide a great platform and a great source for just that, the technology push.
We will enter an intelligent world in the next 30 years. In this new world, all things will be sensing, connected, and intelligent.
In this world of fostering collaboration, we have to share, because when you share more, you learn more. Okay? Because it's going to be vice versa both ways, right? And I think also it's also part of the culture that we need to kind of help to nurture. Right?
It's also important for university to help to nurture entrepreneurship, to promote innovation, and also to bring some of this discoveries, or know-how to create new startups, bring and to generate more enterprises.
A lot of the industry requirement needs to work with the professor at the beginning of their basic research. Therefore, you can actually get alignment earlier. And this is something I truly believe that we need to do.
I believe that as Singapore progresses, the arts and the social sciences become more and more important. And with specialization, each of us can look after a different aspect of what makes human life rich, enriching, and enjoyable in that sense.
content is just one piece of the puzzle. You need industry to adopt, you need people to adopt, you need individuals to adopt. And I think this is where Learning Hub can come in and actually be as that, be a platform to be able to outreach and build those strong networks together with the global providers.
This year, we received a large number of submissions for the research competition. Kindly refer to the First Industry Workshop website. The website can be accessed at www.sutd.edu.sg/first.
Our robots are designed and manufactured in Singapore, and we have quite a few global distributors currently. We actually have a 23-pager safety report to assure our partners that our robots have been tested and are safe to use.
I'd like to extend our deepest gratitude for your participation in making this event a success. It has been an interesting day filled with visions for innovation and collaborations for the future. Join us next year for the 2021 edition of First Industry Workshop. See you then.
Design is many things to different people. Most would associate it with art, fashion, and graphics. But that is only one facet of this multi-dimensional concept. Design, more importantly, is also the creation of human-centered solutions. They can be solutions to everyday challenges that make life easier, like adding wheels to your luggage to create the modern four-wheel suitcase. Or they could be solutions to global challenges that affect the lives of millions, like the creation of a shared network where information can be exchanged at any time by anyone at any location, what we now call the Internet. Design is the sum of ideas and expertise from different fields to create an effective, efficient, and sustainable solution. Nurturing design innovators is crucial to the continued advancement of humankind in a world bombarded by unprecedented challenges. They will transform our lives, drive innovation, grow economies sustainably. And at Singapore University of Technology and Design, also known as SUTD, our mission is to nurture the future generation of design innovators. Inspired by the evolution of design thinking, SUTD is revolutionizing design and leading the charge towards a new era of innovation. Students, of which 40% are female, are trained in design innovation and are immersed in a collaborative learning environment where they can easily go from concept to prototype, programming and testing. An interdisciplinary curriculum brings together 5 degree programs for more holistic and creative innovations, be it in education or research. We are united and inspired by a single-minded goal of improving lives and safeguarding our planet. We call this a better world by design. From autonomous systems that can learn and adapt to new innovations in sustainable materials, design with the power of AI can help build smarter, more enjoyable cities, unlocking breakthroughs beyond our wildest imagination. It will also help power our economy to stay competitive into the future. Design powered by technology and AI truly is here to help us build a better world.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to you, depending on where you are in the world right now. And a warm welcome and thank you for joining us at the annual First, Fostering Industrial Research Success Together, Industry Workshop 2021, organized by the Singapore University of Technology and Design. My name is Wayne, and I'm your host for today. Now, SUTD was established in 2009 to advance knowledge and nurture technically grounded leaders and innovators to serve societal needs. As an institute of higher learning, SUTD is a vital stakeholder in advancing scientific knowledge and conducting cutting-edge research and development to design tomorrow's technology today. The first industry workshop started in 2016 to foster collaborative research by developing and deepening industry-academia ties. Since then, the first industry workshop is held annually to further expand industry partnerships. It also serves as a platform to showcase research capabilities, industry-relevant applications, and to reinforce SUTD's role as a vital anchor within a vibrant ecosystem of partnerships between academia, industry, and the government. For those who have been supporting us since we started, we're glad to have you back. For those who are new to the first industry workshop, I welcome you to this experience. Amidst the global pandemic, the first industry workshop was held virtually last year. In doing so, we enabled this platform to reach out to a wider audience. Now, it was a bold step for us, as many of you, our participants, are used to physical interactions to forge that network between industry and academic partners. Regardless of the platform, It is our hope that our event will ignite that collaborative spark in you. Before we proceed with the event, let us take a look at the 2020 edition of the First Industry Workshop.
A very good morning. Thank you for participating in the First Industry Workshop 2020.
The power of change will ignite the transformation process and make Singapore stronger and better.
We have to be really bold with our imaginations. We have to have all ideas coming in together. And the universities and the academia provide a great platform and a great source for just that, the technology push.
We will enter an intelligent world in the next 30 years. In this new world, all things will be sensing, connected, and intelligent.
In this world of fostering collaboration, we have to share, because when you share more, you learn more. Okay? Because it's going to be vice versa both ways, right? And I think also it's also part of the culture that we need to kind of help to nurture it.
It's also important for university to help to nurture entrepreneurship, to promote innovation, and also to bring some of this discoveries, or know-how to create new startups, bring and to generate more enterprises.
A lot of the industry requirement needs to work with the professor at the beginning of the basic research. Therefore, you can actually get alignment earlier. And this is something I truly believe that we need to do.
I believe that as Singapore progresses, the arts and the social sciences become more and more important. And with specialization, each of us can look after a different aspect of what makes human life rich, enriching, and enjoyable in that sense.
Content is just one piece of the puzzle. You need industry to adopt, you need people to adopt, you need individuals to adopt. And I think this is where Learning Hub can come in and actually be a platform to be able to outreach and build those strong networks together with the global providers.
This year, we received a large number of submissions for the research competition. Kindly refer to the First Industry Workshop website. The website can be accessed at www.sutd.edu.sg/first.
Our robots are designed and manufactured in Singapore, and we have quite a few global distributors currently. We actually have a 23-pager safety report to assure our partners that our robots have been tested and are safe to use.
I'd like to extend our deepest gratitude for your participation in making this event a success. It has been an interesting day filled with visions for innovation and collaborations for the future. Join us next year for the 2021 edition of First Industry Workshop. See you then.
This year, considering the global pandemic, we are indeed honored to receive support from our distinguished keynote speakers, forum panelists from local and overseas industries, and of course, you, to grace our 2021 First Industry Workshop. We are also fortunate to have the support of a great panel of sponsors, without whom this event would not have been possible. On behalf of SUTD, I'd like to thank them for their generous and continued support. We would also like to share that you can request a meeting with our sponsors at the comfort of your desk. Simply click on the Sponsors tab in our webinar menu to find out more about them and request a meeting. We have an exciting lineup, so let me quickly take you through today's program. To start off our program and deliver the opening address, I'd like to introduce you to the Associate Provost for Research and International Relations, SUTD, Professor Yeo Kiet Singh. Over to you, Professor Yeo.
A very good morning to everyone, and welcome to SUTD First Industry Workshop 2021. I'm Yeo Kiet Singh, Associate Provost at the Singapore University of Technology and Design. The word FIRST is a powerful acronym. It stands for Fostering Industrial Research Success Together. Indeed, for a nation to be successful, there must be wider and deeper connections and collaborations between the Institute of Higher Learning and industry partners. Last year, I talked about the SURF budget, which Singapore government had progressively rolled out 4 budgets of 92.9 billion to save jobs, help businesses, and support families due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The word SURF is an interesting acronym. The letter S stands for solidarity, U for unity, R for resilient, and F for fortitude. Each budget has its own scope and purpose. The word surf originally means to stand on a surfboard and ride on a wave towards the shore. This is in fact the situation our nation is currently facing. We are experiencing and riding on the wave of an economic uncertainty. But the surf budget will steer us safely towards a stronger economy. Indeed, the surf budget has given Singapore a competitive edge. Singapore economy has improved. Her GDP growth forecast is 4 to 6% this year. Combining the words surf and ACE, which stands for a competitive edge, form the word surface. This pandemic is like the desert and the sea. There are regions of desolation on the surface. Look beneath the surface. Things are usually very different from how they initially appear. Many of us may not know that there is an unusual relationship between climate change and the pandemics. Climate change affects human pandemics, and pandemics in turn alter the environment. Human activities has polluted the environment almost uninterruptedly since the first industrial revolution. Urbanization, industrialization, globalization, digitalization, transportation, deforestation, and even constructions have led to greater air pollution and waste generation. This causes climate anomaly, which destroy the balance of nature. The changes in Earth's climate increases the risk of pandemics. For example, in 2003, there was SARS outbreak. In 2012, there was MERS. And in 2019, there was COVID-19 that spread worldwide. So is there a way to solve this problem? The answer is yes. Many of us who studied engineering will probably know this famous equation, E equal to mc squared, where E is energy, m is mass, and c is the speed of light. This equation can also be applied to our environment to mitigating climate change. In this case, E is environment, m is mitigating, and c squared is climate change. So we have environment equals to mitigating climate change, E equal to mc squared. So to put it simply, climate change mitigations means avoiding and reducing emission of heat-trapping greenhouse gases into the atmosphere to prevent the Earth from warming to more extreme temperatures. This means altering human activity and behavior to reduce pollution to natural levels. So talking about human activity and behavior, let me go back to the earlier acronym ACE, which stands for a competitive edge. For Singapore to gain a competitive edge, we must focus on three key attributes. A for attitude, C for change, and E for entrepreneurship. Let me first talk about attitude. Attitude is about behavior and mindset. It defines your level of success. To stop this pandemic, every one of us needs a new attitude to create a new normal. We must learn to adjust, accept, and adapt to a new way of living, working, and studying. Next, I will talk about change. The pandemic has created unprecedented changes in our daily life. Many things must change, otherwise we will not get back to normal. We must make three changes: creating change, supporting change, and delivering change. Creating change is the toughest part of the change process. The main challenge is to bring different groups of people together, generate enough excitement and momentum to inspire others to want to do things differently. It is usually a tall order because most people want to maintain the status quo. Supporting change helps people to prepare for the change and ensure adequate resources are available to implement the change. Delivering change sets the path whereby the change will be implemented. It needs a strong commitment plan to ensure the right people are fully engaged and properly motivated. Now let me cover the last attribute, entrepreneurship. Singapore is at the point of inflection. Many years ago, Singapore was clearly an investment-driven system. Investment in factories, investment in infrastructure, and investment in people. Now that many of these investments have successfully been implemented, I think Singapore must transform to have indigenous innovation. It must spread that innovation around the country and to the rest of the world. To do that, we need innovators and entrepreneurs. Globally, we are seeing a new generation of innovators and entrepreneurs. A movement of people who want to do well and do good. They use new technologies for society, prosperity, and well-being. Technology increases productivity. So wages go up, lives get better, because there are more talents and skilled workers. Singapore is too small to be a follower. We must constantly look for new ideas. But it's not just our own ideas. We keep learning through collaborating with others and adapting them to our own needs. Success is the greatest attractor. Hence, Singapore should develop a path to prosperity that others cannot repeat but can study and to try to find areas that work for them. Similarly, we could also apply the same equation, E equal to mc squared, to entrepreneurship to create value and economic impact. Here, E is entrepreneurship, M is money, and C is credit. All enterprises need money and credit facility to run the business smoothly. There are two credits here. Both are acronyms which are essential factors for business success. The first credit focuses on C for creativity, R for research, E for enterprise, D for digital, E for innovation, and T for technology. While the second credit covers C for capital, R for resource, E for enabler, D for data, I for idea, and T for talent. Basically, creativity needs capital. Research needs resource. Enterprise needs enabler. Digitals need data. Innovation needs idea. And technology needs talent. The multiplier effect of the two credits will bring change at a speed, scale, and scope unlike anything we have experienced before. It will affect the very essence of enterprise experience. The interplay between them will create realities that were previously unthinkable and impossible. This pandemic has reset the world economy. However, many existing companies still want to return to pre-COVID-19 business mode, which may no longer work effectively. But new enterprises are different. They are compelled to change and adapt their business models in the pandemic. Therefore, this is the best time to start a new business, while existing companies are still trying to find ways to sustain their business operations. We also need to know that entrepreneurship does not take away your time. It brings opportunities to you. Today, we are very pleased to hear three very successful entrepreneurs. Mr. Chenny Ho, co-founder and executive director of Board of Advantech, Dr. David Ong, senior partner, Nave Group Spieler, and chairman Singapore Mentorship Committee, and Professor Mohan Rajesh Ilara from Sutd deliver their keynote addresses. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the keynote speakers, the forum panelists, the sponsors and partners for their strong support, as well as the First Organizing Committee for all their time and effort. Finally, we hope to bring more exciting programs for next year's first event, which is scheduled on Wednesday, 27 July 2022. I will show you more applications of E equal to mc squared and how it can be seamlessly applied to education, economy, and engineering, the three E's, to create conditions that lead to multiplier effect and global impact. Thank you and enjoy the workshop.
Thank you, Professor Yeo, for welcoming this year's participants. Our next speaker will be delivering the first keynote address entitled Building Supply Chain Management Resilience in the Deglobalization Age. He will be touching on evolution of globalization, consequence of US-China trade war, decoupling and decentralized, and strategy response to globalization 3.0. As the co-founder and executive director of the board of Advantech, Chenny Ho is in charge of the company's global sales and marketing strategies. He is also leading the company in its new branding mission toward enabling an intelligent planet. Under his leadership, Advantech has received recognition through the years from the prestigious brand consulting firm Interbrand as one of the top 5 Taiwan global brands in 2018. He is also an advisor to the Singapore Mentorship Committee. It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you our first keynote speaker, co-founder and executive director of Board Advantech Co. Limited, Mr. Chenny Ho.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is Chenny Ho. I'm the co-founder of Advantech, and I'm also the executive board director of Advantech. On behalf of Advantech, I'm very happy to be here to share my viewpoint about the manufacturing strategy in the deglobalization age. By the way, I'm also the member of the Singapore Mentorship Committee. I was invited by David to provide the mentorship to all the young entrepreneurs in Singapore. So originally, I think I can join this meeting physically, but unfortunately, because of the COVID-19, I only can attend by virtually. I wish someday, very soon, I can join you in Singapore and to share with you my viewpoint. Thank you. Okay, now let me share with you my slides. My topics today is how to build a resilient supply chain in the deglobalization age. Please allow me to introduce a very brief introduce about Advantech first. Advantech was established in 1983 at Taipei. Our current revenues is about very close to 2 billion, and our market cap up to date is about 10 billion US dollars. We have 8,000 more employees globally, and our main business in Industrial 4.0 IoT, and also smart city. Our mission is to serve our global IoT partner. So at this moment, we have 3 major manufacturing sites, one in China and one in Taiwan and one in Japan. And we have a sales office in 27 countries. And Taiwan is still our main base, our headquarters. Talking about the sales distribution, North America is still our biggest sales region with almost 30%, and come to second is China with the 24%, and Europe is 16%, and Northern Asia and Intercontinental is about 19%. So we are quite global company. And share with you some of our honor. In Taiwan, we are ranked as the number 4 Taiwan top 10 global brand. And we are the number 1 in the worldwide IPC market share with the 34% shares. We are the number 1. And some of the, we are top 50 in Asia automation company by control engineering. Okay. And we have 10 R&D center in 10 cities globally, including North American, Europe, and China and Taiwan. And in order to serve our end customer closely to the market, we have established 15 assembly facility in 15 countries, including Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, and also Korea, Japan, and US. And this is the show how our growth path in the past 20 years. So in the past 10 years, we have conducted a business transformation from the IPC to IoT to bring our market value to at this moment. So transformation is very important for a company to grow. Okay, so I'm very happy to be invited to give a speech to Singapore. And actually, Taiwan and Singapore have something in very common. First, these 2 countries are both a very small island country, but we also have a very big neighborhood. And Chinese is our major population. And these 2 countries highly depend on trading, especially import and export. Although we are not abundant of the labor, but we have a very well-educated people and a talent both. And we are both very technology strong. That's the reason why Singapore and Taiwan are performing very well in the global economics. So, but we are facing the challenge, both countries are facing the challenge in the coming decade, which is how to build a resilient supply chain, because in the past 5 years, the global trade conflict and also the COVID-19 changed the landscape of globalization. So in last year, July 8 in Taipei, there is a supply chain restructure workshop, and during the workshop, they work out some of the guidance and the suggestion. And today, my presentation will be based on the result of the workshop. And from the workshop, I think Taiwan is standing at the forefront of the global supply chain restructure. Same as Singapore, I think although the manufacturing sector of Singapore is not as high as Taiwan, but I believe Singapore will also be impacted like Taiwan in the coming global supply chain restructuring. So let's look at how the globalization grows from year 2000. In year 2001, China joined the WTO. At that year, China manufacturing sector only represent 8% of the global manufacturing GDP. But up to year 2010, China picked up US become the largest manufacturing country in the world. Even nowadays, in 2008, China represent about 25 to 27% of the total global manufacturing sector. So that's the reason we see the deglobalization. Okay, what is the deglobalization? The globalization in the past only consider the cost, low cost, and high efficiency. So we put everything in centralized production in order to increase the productivity and leverage the low cost of China. So in the era of the globalization, this is the more a profit-oriented, centralized supply chain methodology. But because of the US and China trade deficit, from this chart you will see the trade deficit between China and the US start from 0 to up to 420 billion US dollar in year 2008, year by year growth. But at the same time, you see the blue line, that is the US manufacturing population dropped from 21 million to lowest 13 million. So it means in the past 20 years, US lose about 8 million manufacturing employment because of the globalization and because of the trade deficit between US and China. So that is the reason why in year 2018, March 22nd, President Trump imposed 25% tariff on the good shipping from China to US, each about 175 billion. By end of July 2018, US put another 200 billion with the 25% tariff. So this create a US and China trade war. So I think that create a G2 dynamics, means because of the trade war, you see the relocalization of the production base. So this is a very key change from year 2018 up to now. So it's changed from the past 20 years. Everything moved to China, but now you will see the production relocation gradually. Okay, and also the COVID-19 started at the beginning of 2020 from China. It's reshuffle all of the globalization. So we see the global momentum, suspension, disconnection, and isolation. So that's reason why all the manufacturing, all the enterprise, we consider their strategy of globalization. So let's trigger the regionalization. So as I mentioned, the trade war, and it's now coming to the COVID-19, and people start to think about the regionalization, means diversion their production base, and the reshuffling means they will move back their offshore manufacturing back to their home country. And this is just happening now. So why the restructuring of the supply chain is a very, very simple reason. First one is the labor cost of China rising. I still remember in 1996 when I first have a factory in China, the labor cost, monthly labor cost is about 300 RMB. But nowadays, the labor cost in China is up to 7,000 to 8,000 RMB nowadays. So means China is no more a low-cost manufacturing center. And also because of the tariff, 25% tariff, no one can afford the additional 25% tariff cost. So, and the third reason is that because of the COVID-19, the pandemic, so bring the supply chain close to home. For some of the supply chain like healthcare, like the life supporting system and medicine. So they want to control, every country want to control the strategic critical supply. So they move their supply chain close to home. And the last one is that because of the automation technology, people start to adopt automation technology like IEEE, Industrial 4.0. So allow them to make the product at a higher cost level with the automation, but still keep competitive. So how does those companies ship their production line? I think there are four options. For many of the industry, including the ICT, medicine, and also the healthcare and bicycle, and even the solar cells. So first one is relocating to Southern Asia, because there they have a lower labor cost, including the Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines. And second option is to move their production out of China. And the third one is the reshuffling, means that move back their manufacturing from China to their home country. And last one is adopt the automation technology. Okay, so TITRA is a Taiwan External Trade Development Council has done a survey on Taiwan industrial, how they changed their supply chain. And during their survey, they found for the list company in Taiwan, 70% of the list company already has deployed their production globally. Only 30% of the company deploy their all production in Taiwan. Means most of this company in Taiwan, like Advantech, are quite globalized. And for the small and medium companies, 35% small and medium enterprise and consider to already deploy their production globally. So this, you see, because as I mentioned earlier, that Taiwan is not the labor abundance country, and our domestic market is small. We need to be globalized. We need to move close to the market. And according to the survey, in the last 2 years since the 2018, the US and the China trade war, and you see Taiwan manufacturing has already moved. First one is the 28% of the Taiwanese company moved back of their manufacturing back to Taiwan. And 16% remain their manufacturing site at China. But 42% ship their production line to Asian countries, including Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. And definitely Vietnam is the higher priority. And about 66.2% shipped to the Western country, including US, Mexico, and Eastern Europe. So this is the situation of past 2 years. But in the next 3 years, when the survey asked in the next 3 years, 53% of the Taiwanese company will move back their manufacturing back to Taiwan. And you see only 8.2% consider to remain at China, which is the drop about 50%. And the 25% will continue to ship to Asian country. And the 10% will ship to Western country. And you see US is the number one, is about 5% of the Taiwanese company will consider to move their production line to US. So Singapore, I think same as Taiwan, you need to seriously consider this trend. I believe you will be benefit from the Taiwanese company redirect their manufacturing to Asian country, because Singapore is the center of Asian country. You provide the management and the knowledge and the technology to those countries. Okay, so in conclusion, that the Taiwanese is trying to diverse their production base, and they move close to the market, and they believe that diversify is very important in order to minimize the risk like COVID-19 and the China-US trade war. Okay, how about Japan? Okay, you understand Japan has a huge investment in China in the past 20 years, including home appliance and automobile manufacturing. But you know, Japanese government has allocated 22 billion US dollar to help their Japanese enterprise to move out from China. And you see that the 7% of Japanese will move back to Japan. And 25% of Japanese will move to Vietnam. And 14% will move to Thailand. So you see, again, Southern Asia is very important. And how about Korea? And Korea is, in the short term will still rely on China quite high. 75% of the enterprise in Korea will still keep their transaction with China, and they rely on the government to help them to diversify their production line. And how about North American? This is the report done by Bank of America on their customer. How will they redirect their production line globally? So for the customer in North America, you see 40% of the North American customer decide to ship their production back to US. 40% decide ship to Southern Asia. Only 20% remain unchanged. And for their customer in Asia Pacific, excluding China, 20% will ship to US, 50% will ship to Southern Asia. And no change, no shifting is only 20%. And for the customer in Europe, 20% of the European enterprise will consider to ship to North American to cross to the market. 30% will ship to Southern Asia, and 50% to other locations, and 10% unchanged. So from this report, you can see a very big picture. That is most of the manufacturing in China consider to move out from China and relocate to mainly to Southern Asia and their home countries. So this is a paradigm shift. So in the past, Taiwanese company ship their material to China and make in China, and then ship the final good to advanced market. Now change to two model. We continue to maintain some manufacturing in China, but we try to develop the new southern bound strategy. Means that we will develop our production site at a Southern Asian country and then ship the final good to advanced market. And for some of the strategic consideration, Taiwan start to looking for collaboration with the like-minded partner. Means that the partner share with us with the same value. So we will consider to collaborate with those partners and diverse our production line to emerging market. Okay, so all the strategy I just mentioned, I call it resilience supply chain 1.0. It's including relocation of the production base and the regionalization, diversification, and also reshuffling. But this is not enough. Up to date, we still facing the shortage of chipset, and also the disorder of logistics, and also the supply chain inflation. So in the past 1 year, because of the semiconductor very focused in Asia, it caused many of the automobile company in US, Japan, and Europe out of production line. And also the the Eastern in Suez Canal that stopped all the shipping from China, to Europe. So and also the logistic cost in the past 1 year increased about 5 times. So this is the disorder of all the logistics. So this is the resilience 1.0 is not enough. So we coming to did us coming to the resilience supply chain 2.0. What is supply chain 2.0? So next, I'd like to elaborate 7, 8, 9 strategy for the supply chain resilience. First one is the 7 keyword. Remember 7 keyword. First one is the create value. You need to create your own value as an enterprise through digital transformation and innovation. And you need to share value with your trusted partner. And you need to find in the collaboration with your partner, no matter where, no matter in US, in China, in US, in Europe, you need to build up the collaboration. And the last one is the sustain value. Nowadays we are talking about the carbon neutral and also zero carbon for the ESG, environmental, social, and governance. So this is the 7 keyword as an enterprise you need to consider in order to build your resilience. And second one is the 8 maps. You need to understand where is the market. As I mentioned, that both Taiwan and Singapore are small country, small economic body. We need to rely on the global trading. We need to develop market globally. So I like to highlight 8 major market in the world, including North American, Europe, China, Southern Asia, Southern Middle East, Africa, and Latin American. And among that, I think North America is the most important because North American represent about 26% of the global GDP. And North America is the technology leader and also the drive for growth. For Europe, it's the 25% of the global GDP. It's a very, very green technology-centric region, and it's the driver for digital transformation. And China definitely is a big market with the 70% of global GDP, one big, one low strategy. But China will turn itself to a more domestic economics. And this is a very key change for China. And Southern Asia, I mentioned many times, will become a very important manufacturing hub in the world. So as I mentioned, North American is very important, especially I see some of the country, some of the manufacturing move their manufacturing to Mexico. In Mexico, Canada, and US, they form up USMCA agreement. So all the goods made in Mexico are zero tax shipped to US and Canada. So I see many of the companies start to build up their manufacturing site at Mexico. And Europe, as I mentioned, that the V4 country, Poland, Slovakia, Czech Republic, and Hungary is a very important manufacturing base for Eastern Europe. And Turkey is the bridge between Europe and Asia. So you need to consider how to build your resources in these 2 areas for Europe. And China, as I mentioned, we're turning inward and moving toward transformation. And they want to develop their technology independence from US and Europe. So in the future, you will see the domestic demand where the main focus of China for the future economic development. And Southern Asia, as I mentioned, very, very diverse, where you see Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines are very important base. You need to deploy your resources. And also definitely India is another area we need to consider. Okay, so this is the where you need to consider to deploy your manufacturing resources from R&D to manufacturing to sales to technology. And the last is the partner area, how to build your partnership in order to make yourself as more resilient. First one, you need to create intelligent ecosystem for a new supply chain. And secondly, always consider the commercials new technology means innovation. And looking for JV and merge to build your supply chain more resilience. Okay. And also the Indo-Pacific infrastructure development will be coming leading by US and Europe, will be coming very, very important for all the countries in this region, in Asia. And the very important thing, especially for Taiwan, we are looking for form of alliance with the like-minded countries. Only those countries share with us the same value system is our partner. And also, six is how you establish your industrial alliance. And more important is the cultivation of talent. As I mentioned, that both Taiwan and Singapore are not have abundance of talent. We are not have abundance of labor. We need to rely on innovation and talent. And number 8 is the software and hardware integration. And the last one is disruptive innovation. This is the 9 partner area every enterprise need to consider. You want to build resilience supply chain in the coming deglobalization age. Okay, so this is the conclusion of my today's sharing, that all the enterprise in Singapore or in Taiwan, especially on those small economic body, we need to think how to build your resilience supply chain in the deglobalization age. And I believe the deglobalization is just begin. So you will see more and more serious conflict between US and China, even China with the world. So that we are in the region. So we will be heavy impact by this kind of global conflict. So we need to build up our resilience as soon as possible. So this is the end of my presentation. I wish my sharing will give you some thought how to make yourself move more strategically with a more vision in order to build a resilience capability to yourself. Thank you very much for your listening, and I wish the success of today's forum. And let's keep in touch. I wish someday I can be physically attend this forum in Singapore. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Cheney Ho, for your impressive insights. In the next section, our second keynote speaker will discuss reimagining the unicorns of the future. He will be sharing his insights into the success factors to nurture a new generation of innovators to catalyze the growth of a vibrant startup ecosystem in close partnership with universities. This will set a stronger footing to grow the startups of today to become unicorns of tomorrow. An ecosystem builder with over 30 years of global academic, professional, and business acumen gained over an illustrious career, he leverages his deep understanding of the mechanics behind the Asian region to guide startups and SMEs' expansion plans into new markets. He is also the chairman of the Singapore Mentorship Committee, vice chair at the Singapore Chamber of Commerce and Industry in China, and director of SICC's Board of Directors. May I introduce our second speaker, Senior Partner, Neff Group Spieler AG, and Chairman, Singapore Mentorship Committee, Dr. David Ong. Before we welcome Dr. Ong, let's first take a look at the Singapore Mentorship Committee.
This is an era of simplicity, authenticity, and efficiency. An era of full competition. Singapore Mentorship Committee focuses on bringing together the experience, and wisdom of successful international entrepreneurs and the keen perception of the world of the younger generation to fully integrate the cultural strengths of different countries and to complement one another as we adapt to a changing world today. As a not-for-profit organization, SMC is dedicated to creating a leading mentoring platform that embraces innovation. We provide collaboration opportunities, networks, and resources for the students of institutions of higher learning, young entrepreneurs, and business leaders. We have established strong partnerships with Singapore International Chamber of Commerce, Business China, the Law Society of Singapore, and institutions of higher learning in Singapore. Through the exchange and collaboration of mentors from different countries, we are able to focus more on matching new technology applications with different markets, enabling our innovative generation to reach a new level of market awareness and integration. We develop and promote a culture of continuous learning. We have organized diversified programs for students, startups, mentors, and enterprises. Embrace legacy and innovation. Join hands for a better future, connecting the global perspectives and resources of our mentors and partners. We are committed to nurturing young talent, entrepreneurial leadership, and business innovation for Singapore and Asia.
Hi, thank you, the Sutd and Professor Yeo for giving SMC the opportunity to share these topics. We will start now. Okay, today our topic is reimagining unicorns of the future. It's a very interesting topic. This is prepared by myself and one of the mentees of SMC. And after this preparation, and also gone through a few months training by this SMC, this is the key point is she also want to be one of the youth mentor for other youth. Now, the key points of this presentation is the information slides are very, very informative. So we will run through the slide very quickly and will highlight the key takeaway in some of the slides. And also for anyone who are interested in this presentation PDF file, please get it from the first organizers. Now, the requirement for reimagining unicorn of the future, we think that is mindset is the first thing. Second thing is only the global leader, global ready leader can nurture global ready new generation. So we will highlight one point is the mindset need to change, but the mindset need to change is come from the parents. The parent, because when we're giving the speech, as many of these young generation, young teenagers ask, when should I go overseas? I told them that it's 2 years old. Because by the time you go, when you're in the university, it could be too late. So the parents know what is happening now and also the future to prepare you well to be global ready, so-called the new generation, and global ready could be unicorns. Okay. Now, to do that, we need to know the past, present, and future, and you need to equip the teenager and the youth and the children to to be a global ready. So to do that, you need to know the past and know what is going on in the present and prepare them with the skill and capacity for the future. Right. So what is unicorn? Unicorn is any private company with valuation more than $1 billion before they go for listing. And this is a number of our unicorn right now, but information is important. You based on the CB US, right? There are only 611 unicorn right now. But if you based on the information from other sources like Deloitte and also the information from China and India, then today the number of unicorn is close to 600, close to 700, and close to 80% are from US and China. So here I'd like to highlight one key takeaway is the explosiveness of China unicorns, right? So in 2013, there were only less than 10 unicorn from China. But today they are close to less than 10 years, right? They are close to 40% of the unicorn in the world. And not only that, the unicorn investor from China, okay, they are dominating the top 10s, right? The top few, they are all these are so-called Chinese investor, right? And the number of so the valuation of this top 10 is close to 50% of other unicorns. And look at the VC investor. In 2011, there were only 4, okay, and in among the top 100 from China. But today, right, there are 26 from China. Not only that, the top 5 all the VC investors are from China. These are young and energetic investors. The key question you may ask, why they improve so fast? Why the Chinese VC can so-called dominate the world in the top 10 so fast? The keyword is catcher. They are able to find the investor at the early stage, be it whether in China or in US. Look at the numbers of by SoftBank and other big investors. They are at the early stage, so-called the catcher is only handful, right? But so in other words, be it whether from Norway, from Qatar, from Singapore, or from US, all these big so-called the VC investors, they are coming at the later stage. Or else, on the other hand, the Chinese investor, they're coming at the earlier stage. So in other words, their investment and return on investment is low, and return on investment is higher. So the question is, why all these China VC and unicorn so-called can grow so fast, including their economic growth? Okay, now, all these experts will tell you about the strength between China and the US. Okay, now, the way our fact will show you that the gap between Chinese and the US is getting smaller and smaller. And in many aspects, the Chinese are ahead of the US. I want to go through every point. These are the facts, right, of the Chinese performance right now in terms of GDP, top 500 MNC, and number of top 10. So I will highlight I draw attention to the number of billionaire. In top billionaire, the Chinese and number of billionaire right now on the record is about the same as the US. But in fact, there are many of these Chinese billionaire are so-called not published. So based on the actual figure, there could be a lot more than the US. You can refer to this chart. Now, in 2017, the number of unicorn, the number of billionaire is maybe half. But today, you show that in less than a few years, they are about the same. And if you look at the rate of growth, right, so the number of Chinese so-called billionaire will be far ahead of this US by 2030. Now, you may ask why, okay? So if you look at this chart, it's very important. Right. You see that in year 2000, the US was a superpower not only in military but also in trade. But as the year go by, you see the pink color and the red color and keep increasing. That means that means that China become the #1 trade partner of all these countries. And by year 2015 and even to date, you can see Chinese almost every country. Okay, a majority of the country today is 135 of the country. China are their #1 trade partners. Okay, so the key what is the key takeaway? When I was giving the speech in the US to CH2MQ, in Japan to Mitsubishi Electric and Mitsui, or Israel in Temco, or NEF in Switzerland, they asked me a question: why so fast? Ask them a question back. How many chamber of commerce do you have in South Asia, per country, or in China? They say, only one or two. But you know how many of these chamber of commerce by the Chinese in majority of the country, like in Singapore? Close to 28. Okay, when I was doing business in so-called Cambodia, in 20 years ago, there were only a handful of Chinese. But today, they have close to 500,000 Chinese in Cambodia. Right? Likewise, the same proportional number in different countries. Okay, so the key word here is penetration. They know the local market, they know how to ground information so that they can do better business in all this country. Now, after knowing the facts, we look at the capacity. Capacity meaning the quality is not now, but also what will bring them up to the next 5 years and next 10 years. So it's important for us to know so that we can prepare not at this level, but know the future, so that we can prepare ourselves to compete with them, or to partner with them, or to serve them, or to learn from them. I want to go through every point, but the key point here is the Chinese so-called the master planning. They are by this Fa Kai Wei, okay? And look at this infrastructure. They cover not only the highway, the train, airport, and also the high-speed rail, right? And the traditional infrastructure, when they say they build it, right? Not only that, the next so-called the 14.5 so-called the new infrastructures, they will cover a lot of areas, not only just on the, not continue to enhance their traditional infrastructure, but also the IT area, how to support their smart city, their tech park, and R&D capability, right? So that's why we need to understand the Chinese, they are very good in this infrastructure building. Now, you ask me why, how, why they are so successful. The keyword is centralized government, where they have consolidated their resources and build at one. Okay, unlike US and India, it's hard for the central. There's no central government to make the decision to. China is different. At the same time, Chinese, they have a so-called free market because of the businessmen. Okay, they are able to so-called develop market not only in China but also across the world. And you also see the improvement, like the number of these industrial parks in China are getting better and better and more. And the new infrastructure were able to support their R&D capability, manufacturing capability. And look at this chart, they are zooming, okay? And like each of this zoom, right, they were able to so-called cooperate better among the city. Like if this zoom is something like one ASEAN, there are 5 ASEAN, or maybe a few US and a few Europe, few EU, right? They were able to improve their domestic logistics, not only the domestic market, but also the research capability, right? And because supply and demand, we are able to improve their supply capability, right? Because they already have created the demand all across the world, okay? Now, with Belt and Road, I want to go through detail, but the key thing is, one point I would like to draw your attention is, in 2018, ASEAN was the number 3 market of China. Then in 2019, took over US as the number 2. And since 2020, ASEAN became the number 1 trade partner of China to each other. And at the same time, this Belt and Road initiative also stimulate and other initiative like Singapore, Chongqing, Singapore, so Chongqing to Beipu 1 to Singapore, this is Lu Hai Tong. So some people may say that Belt and Road may not be successful, but even they are 30% successful, it will continue to enhance China's so-called the world trading capability. Now, you back to here. Another point I'd like to highlight is in terms of talents. You refer to here, the top number of students in the US. In the early 60s, Taiwanese were the #1 student in the US. But that's why in 80 and so on, a lot of professors are from Taiwan. But in 1980, Korea was the #1 student in about 2 to 3 times of Taiwanese. So my Japanese roommate, and who is a very successful businessman now in Japan, told me that at that time, he said, Korea were able to close the gap, technology gap between Japan and Korea because of this talent. And true enough, now we have LG, Hyundai, and this Samsung are able to compete with the Japanese across the world. Then in the early 90s, the Indian number of students will become the #1 in the US. My Taiwanese friend told me that the Indian will create an impact in the world. And true enough, now the Indian are not only good in US and across the world, and also in Singapore. That is something that we need to learn from them. This is another topic we can discuss in the future. And look at the Chinese. Today, the number of Chinese in the US student is about 2 to 3 times the number of Indians. And you across the world could be 4 times. Okay, so what is the impact of this number of students? You read this curve. This is a donation of the Chinese, okay, to the university. It's changing now, right? You look at only 2010, there were only 1 billion donation to the top 10 university, to the Chinese university. And today, 2021 is close to 100 billion. All this investment into the university, it can convert into the R&D power, also talent capacity building, right? Only in March this year, one Chinese billionaire, right, Cao De-wan, donated 10 billion to build one R&D company, technology university. And this Sihu University, within a short time, they can raise 5 billion, right? So people say, oh, this is only, some people say, oh, it's only Chinese talent. No, if you go to Shenzhen, if you go to Shanghai, Xi'an, Chengdu, Beijing, you're able to find many of these talents, okay, come from Israel, Eastern Europe, and even return from US, Japan, and so on. There are many researchers are in China now because of the business opportunity, because of the market, right? Including many of these Singapore so-called China-born citizens, right? The researchers in NUS, NTU, they also return to China, right, to enhance their research capability. One of the key reasons because it's business opportunity. Whatever the research, they are able to produce into the market. I give one example. Like fuzzy logic was invented in 1965 by a Iranian Russian who migrated to US, right, 1965. But in 1980, the Japanese bought over the IP and turned into, because the Japanese at that time, they were a big trade partner of many countries. They convert the so-called this technology, fuzzy logic, into a few $100 billion business market. So just imagine all this R&D talent, they were with the China's market, domestic market, also international market, they were able to produce a lot of this unicorn and big technology, a big company in the world. So in terms of soft power, okay, 10 years ago in 2018, and you can see the influence will be a lot more, will be greater than the US for one key reason, right? If there's no war, no security, everybody care about the number one care element or topic is trading. So trading is the most important thing to all these countries, okay, including Singapore. So look at all those facts and the so-called national capacity. We can see that the China will outgun the US and many other countries, right? So because they have a big domestic market, they have the good manufacturing capability, and it's supply and demand. Okay, they have the demand at the same time they have the supply, and not only that, they have the talent to know how to capitalize it. Okay, and capitalize is not only just their own talent; they are able to attract talents from all over the world now. This is a very good article about the rise of China, and the keyword here is 得天下者，得人才者，得人才者得天下. Whoever to get the talent will able to capture, will continue to grow. Okay, increase the key capacity. And somebody keep mentioning that now the information effect is flat, but in fact, 2,000 years ago, the information is already flat when the Chinese travel to overseas to study. Okay, so that's why today, 10 to 20 years later, they are able to optimize the capacity of Chinese and capitalize it and in different areas, not only in trading, but also in VC and investment area. So the keyword is here, 得市场者，得独角兽. The one who able to create the market will able to capture the unicorn, not only the Chinese unicorn, but the world unicorns. Okay. Now, that's why it's very important for us to understand the Chinese, the capacity to grow, so that we can prepare ourselves and how to work with them, how to partner with them, or how to compete with them, or even how to serve them, or even if they want to become a mentor, we must prepare ourselves so that we can learn fast enough, okay, from them. So some of these experts, and remember, the wrong information will lead to wrong conclusion, right? To understand Chinese, it's not just like language, knowing the culture, and not only just because they think that there is a size of the Guanxi and so on. It's more than that, okay? So we need to have a very positive and comprehensive way to understand Chinese in order to prepare ourselves for the unicorn of the futures. So you cannot learn from the US just because somebody are doing better than you, you hold them back. In fact, we should have a positive angle to study the Chinese and know them so that we can compete with them if you have the capability, or partner with them, or you serve them, or to learn from them. So this is a very interesting survey. In 2008, China was the #1 market, right, for Singaporean to SME choice of overseas expansion market. But in 2008, China dropped to #9. Why? Because majority of these Singaporean, if not higher, at least 90% or higher, fail in China or not doing well in China. And on the other hand, many Chinese are traveling overseas, not only to Singapore, to across the world. So the key thing is, we know the market, they are there, okay? Be it whether in China market, South Asia market, right? We must know two things. The fish, do you have the skill? Do you have the net to capture it? Even you have the net, do you have the skill to capture it? So this is a question that we need to ask. So if you don't have it, find the right mentor with the right resources, which is very important. Now, the fundamental of unicorn or any business, you must have good product. Your product is not good enough, okay, you cannot compete. Good management, shareholder, and cash. But above all this, most important thing is market. But there are two. Short term is to compete. Long term is to create. So the Chinese, they are very, very innovative in business model. That's because of the social education in China. Now, so to be the unicorn of the future, you must study the market. Very, very important. So to understand the Chinese, I will sum up this, I so-called the 2020 theory. Like Deng Xiaoping say, 黑猫白猫能够捉老鼠的就是好猫. Somebody complained about, when I given the speech overseas, they complain about the scam, the con man, or so on in China. But when I ask them a question, how many % of the people you think that is con man or bad in your country? All of them reply 20%. Same thing. China is also 20%. In fact, I meet more Singapore con men in overseas more than any other race. Okay, so the point here is every country have their own problem. So, and all these successful businessmen, their strength is not only they can compete with the white cat, but at the same time, they can manage the black cats. So if you say 20%, it's close to 600 million. That's a 2 times of US. If you're down to 2%, it's still 60 million. That's why for Chinese to be successful, they must be different. Okay. So US and Israel, they are very, very creative because of the imagination, because of the social education in their country. Well, Chinese, you need social education. Their country, in order to survive, they must be able to manage the 20% of the good one and manage the 20% of the bad one. Okay, so that would drive them to be very 谋略民族, right? In order for them to be successful. That's why the Chinese can produce a lot of this product fast, good, and cheap, which is not possible in many countries. Another thing about Chinese is they are very adaptive. Okay, so now next study about Singapore. What should we do? Or apply to European and apply to American, to any other country. You have your own ecosystem. Well, for Singapore, thanks to our government, okay, I used to against the government, something not against, challenge, because for the poor. But later on, when I studied overseas across the world, I began to appreciate our government. I support them, okay, because today our ecosystem, okay, it took us more than 56 years to build, and each ecosystem take at least 10 years to build. And today, what you see Singapore, the success of Singapore, I call it Singapore integrated ecosystem, right? From each of this hub, it takes at least 10 years to build one of them. And because of that, we are able to attract the talents, come from overseas, come from MNC, and also come from the high net worth individual. And at the same time, our government did an excellent job in producing top students, almost 50% of top IB program, 18% of the top A-level students in the world. Okay, and also government support a lot in IP, R&D, Institute of Higher Learning, and SME. But the question is, we produce only a handful of all these unicorns. Okay, and C-suite leader. When I say C-suite leader, it's not just in Singapore, but you are able to learn from the Indian, can travel over the world to be the key management, right? Or the number that's from Singapore is only a handful, right? Another thing is, learn from sustainable big company. So the question is, what is the missing link? When we have such a big unicorn, we invest so much in education, we invest so much investment, yet we produce so little unicorn, C-suite leader, and sustainable big MC. Okay, so this is a big question that we need to ask ourselves. What is the missing link? So the Singapore unicorn continue to improve. Thanks to our government, they are very strategic in terms of macro perspective. Okay, right? And same as our so-called, we do have some successful businessmen in China. Okay, in real estate, microchip, games, and sound card. But the size is, compared to the Chinese, you can say peanut is small. But nevertheless, the two questions we need to ask, why we are not big enough? Second question is, are we able to continue, right? Because many of these top businessmen at the early stage of Chinese, many of them have failed and returned to Singapore. Okay, so in other words, we need to continue to improve in order to do business in China. Now, then some people will say, well, we do have unicorn in Singapore. Okay, you take a look. The unicorn in Singapore, or the big company, also called the established company in Singapore, right? If you take away, the rest are all the founder of all so-called the foreign born, especially the SM2. Many of them come from this so-called our MOE program, SM2. Unfortunately, because of after the election, we cut down this SM2 to close to 50%. But just imagine, without all these talents, we left only one. If the combination of this, just this 5, is a few times of UBS and 20 times of Razer. So the keyword here is we need to value the talent and learn from them. Okay. Same thing we learn from the past. We spend money to build all this company and support this company. And in the end, we sold them. At the same time, we also have to learn from across the world, the unicorn that failed. Why? It's close to 20% fail within short times. So The missing link here is, I'd like to share is mindset. So a lot of us, this is just a cone. You at different level, you will see different things. You have see different information. You get to know different part of the world. So many of these experts, or they will say, oh, I know the world. So the question is, are you benchmarking with the best? Okay, now, even you have the information, like a lot of government agency, right? They have all the information, right? But the question is, what is your processing skill? Do you have the experience and resources to convert this information into market, into capitalize it? So processing skill, again, is different level. Which level of processing skill are you? Okay, so we have this so-called mentorship in the past to mentor the student, mentor the startup, and so on. But the question is, this mentor, how good are they? At which level? Right? So if you have the wrong mentor, you may have the wrong result. Okay, so the question is, different mentor, different processing skill, and different experience and different resources will give you a different result. And this graph may be able to summarize better. So the information that you have must be benchmarked with the world. Second, the skill also. Third, we have this new initiative, very good initiative, Emerging Stronger Task Force, right? It talk about skill and improve, train the people with the skill and the knowledge. The question is, experience and resources you cannot train. Another thing is market capitalization. So the key point I'd like to share is to reimagine the future unicorn, right? We must learn from the Chinese to understand their strength, learn from the US, their imagination power. So to build this global capacity, right? To sum up, this is the way to become a unicorn in the future, but we must at the global level, right? And we will not have, like the Chinese have all the so-called every level, but we have the Singapore ecosystem. We should so-called value the foreign talent, the foreign entrepreneur, and MNC, also our own talent, our own entrepreneurs, our MNC management. Value them, optimize them, and capitalize them. Right? To do that, we have to nurture our Singapore global ready management, MNC management, entrepreneur, and a new generation. Right. To do that, this is a problem that the missing link that we have right now, the model in the past model. That's why we did not produce enough unicorn or successful businessmen. Right. What we propose here is SMC. The idea we gather the China and Singapore high net worth entrepreneur. Why high net worth in the world? Because these are so-called the successful businessmen overseas, and they're proven in overseas, right? Not a normal SME. Or then same as a MNC. They are big company so that they can see at a global perspective. At the same time, they have these resources and experience. And the vision of SMC is to do good, to nurture help Singapore to nurture the next generation, global ready next generation. But at the same time, we have this so-called SMC for business, right? For the first generation, also for Singapore talents, right? For the second generation, also for Singapore talents, right? The key chemistry that we can bind them together is family legacy. Then later on, we find that maybe China plus Singapore, 中国通跟新加坡通 become 十全十美. But later on, we find that that's not good enough. We need to include the 世界通, 中国通, 新加坡通, then become perfect. That's why we have this model called IES, right? IES is called Collaborative Integrated Ecosystem. This is not an agency or formal partnership, but this initiative is to collectively tapping on every partner's strength for the benefit of its member and the new generation. So what we propose, and this IES with our partner, is to form this so-called integrated ecosystem. Right? We have members come from the Institute of Higher Learning, SMC, SICC, Law Society, and Business China. We are tapping on each other's strength, right? So that we can come up with so-called the collaborative global quotient program to help to nurture next generation leader, right? So this collaborative global quotient program is an initiative that we're going to kick off with different universities. So we welcome the MOE, the Emergency Task Force Committee, and the leader of all university and poly contact us. We want to help you. We're here to help you. So in conclusion, how to reimagine the unicorn of the future? We must know ourselves in the past and know the present strength of our competitors and know how to gear up ourselves for the future with the right skill. If you don't have it, you must know how to cooperate with the right partners. So to nurture this global ready next generation or yourself to be global ready unicorn, you must ask yourself these few questions. Do you understand the capacity of US and China? Are you global ready? Do you know how to writing on the global ready platform? It's your mindset, especially the parents. Don't blame the government. They have done enough for us. Okay? You must change yourself first. Improve your mindset to get yourself ready so that you can nurture your next generation. If not, your next generation will face a lot of more challenge, a lot more hurdle in the future. So you must change your mindset to get ready, especially those leaders in the institution. Okay. And next, you must value and optimize and capitalize the local and as well as the overseas talent, be it whether student, professional, and high net worth entrepreneur and MNC leader, right? So open up your school, invite more SM2 students come in, right? Capitalize on their brain, right? Train them to help us and help themselves, okay? And leverage on Singapore integrated ecosystem. Last but not least, join this so-called the collaborative global capacity, how to build this one together with our China, ASEAN international partner, and also cooperate with different ecosystems, just like the IES ecosystem initiative that we propose. Thank you. For those we are here to help Singapore to nurture the global ready new generation. We welcome Emergency Stronger Task Force Committee, MOE, any Institute of Higher Learning, any university, poly to contact us. We want to work together so that we can reimagine the unicorn of the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ong, for your insightful sharing. In the next section, our third keynote speaker will be delivering his keynote address entitled The Rise of Self-Reconfigurable Maintenance Robots. He will share the ongoing efforts at the SUTD towards the design, development, and deployment of self-reconfigurable robots using a well-defined set of deployment use cases in the maintenance domain. He is currently an assistant professor with the Engineering Product Development pillar at SUTD, working on robotics with an emphasis on self-reconfigurable platforms as well as research problems related to robot ergonomics and autonomous systems. He has published more than 150 papers in leading journals, books, and conferences. He is a co-founder of LionsBot and Oceania Robotics, robotics companies that develop a wide range of autonomous robots for specialized niche industries. May I introduce our third speaker, Assistant Professor, Engineering Product Development pillar, Dr. Mohan Rajesh Ilara.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very glad to be in this forum to share the progress and insight into the rise of self-reconfigurable maintenance robots, and specifically to provide an insight into the research, development, and commercialization initiatives at our road lab at SUTD. Let's go to the slides now. This talk will provide an introduction to various robot platforms that we have and the specific application that we target. Most of these work are funded and supported by the National Robotics Program, and we are very thankful for all the support they have been provided over the years. So at our lab, the Road Lab at SUTD, we focus on three major research thrusts: design for robot, design of robot, and design by robot. In design for robot, we focus on designing efficient and effective robots for specific use cases, just like many other robotics labs in the world. Our specific interest is in self-reconfigurable robots. These are robots that have the ability to change their form from one to another in order to overcome the difficulties in the terrain that they navigate or the tasks that these robots perform. And by doing so, these robots offer superior performance compared to the fixed form robots, and also provide numerous benefits in terms of versatility and the ability to handle multifunctional roles. So beyond that, our lab focuses on design of robots, where we pioneer a number of efforts in terms of delivering guidelines, principles, tools, and techniques, where we bring together architects and interior designers in delivering robot-friendly infrastructures. And with this domain, we are looking to develop built infrastructures that are friendly and inclusive to robots. We see an increasing trend in adoption of robots, spanning from cleaning, inspection, pest control, surveillance, logistics, and many more. With this increase in robots, we are looking to have built infrastructures that offer inclusivity for the new stakeholders that are entering the buildings. The third domain, the design by robot, we are looking to leverage on the recent emergence of AI tools and developments in AI to deliver design tools that can help robot designers to design efficient robots. Here, we are developing AI systems that leverages on the wealth of literature that exists in robotics to propose design solutions, from morphology to placement of sensors to configuration for a particular robot platform for robot designers. So robot designers with ease can choose the products and platforms. So collectively, we look at design for robot, design of robot, and design by robot. And we are the only lab, the first of its kind, that focuses comprehensively on all three aspects. So now I will introduce some of our niche robot platforms that offer numerous benefits while leveraging on reconfigurable abilities. To this end, we have developed a number of research outputs that are fundamental and groundbreaking, all the way ranging from mechanism, control, perception, and autonomy. The very first platform that I want to introduce is that of Tetro. Tetro is a shape-changing robot that derives inspiration from Tetris, and it tackles the problem of floor cleaning. Floor cleaning is a difficult task to handle. There are numerous robots in the market, commercial ones, that handle this problem. And these robots come in different shapes, size, and form factors. Some of them are circular, rectangle, square, and so on. The platform that we developed, the Tetro, derives inspiration from Tetris and is capable of changing to one of 7 shapes. So here we look at the mechanism that is capable of switching to one of 7 configurations, as you can see here. Perception abilities that allow the robot to look at the environment, observe, and to assume efficient form factor. What you see here is a commercial robot, and the company claims to have sold over 100,000 units, but it has a lot of deficiencies when it comes to accessing spaces. With Tetro, we empower the robot with the ability to perceive the environment, shapeshift to assume a form factor that will enable it to maximize area coverage. Tetro uses the same type of sensors, motors, batteries on board, controllers, with the only difference that the robot hardware now allows it to shapeshift, and we have algorithms on board that enable it to assume the right form factor to maximize area coverage. What you see here is a snapshot from our experiment where the commercial robot is not able to move over to the other side of the chair just because of the constrained space. The total area covered is less than 30% as observed by the overhead camera. This scene is common when it comes to deployment of robots in office spaces or in residential homes. With the case of H-Tetro, as you can see, the platform assumes the shape of L to access the area underneath the chair. It assumes the shape of I based on the availability of space and to cover and clean areas over 95%. With commercial platforms, the focus is often on optimizing the cleaning payload. But if a robot simply cannot access a place, it cannot clean a place. So here at SUTD, our focus has been on enabling these cleaning robots with the ability to shapeshift so that they can access spaces and clean spaces. So we have run a number of experiments to prove the superior ability of our H-Tetro robot compared to various commercial and research platforms. Here, the development not just focuses on mechanism, but a lot on autonomy, algorithms that enable the robot to interpret the environment and to assume optimal form factors. So moving beyond the floor cleaning robots, we have developed fundamental research capabilities that empower the robot to offer superior performances beyond horizontal floors. The second robot I want to introduce is that of S-Tetro. S-Tetro is a shape-shifting staircase cleaning robot. When it comes to floor cleaning, there are over 100 robots in the market that offer that can offer cleaning roles, be it professional or residential class. But when it comes to staircases, there is none. The same is true even in research domain. Very little effort has been done in developing robots that can access staircases. At SUTD, we are developing S-Tetro, a robot that is capable of accessing floor as well as staircases. The robot is equipped with a full suite of sensors that enables the robot to detect and classify staircases into 10 different types. Straight, left-leaning, right-leaning, spiral staircases, and many more. With the classification, the robot then generates appropriate control primitives that allow the robot to efficiently climb, and in this case, clean, as we anchor S-Tetro to maintenance and specifically cleaning application. The robot also has algorithms on board to interact with the people that ascend and descend the staircases. So S-Tetro is in the process of being licensed to a commercial company, which is looking to bring the platform to market within 1 year. So beyond S-Tetro, we have moved to also capture the vertical spaces with our Mantis class of robots. There are facade cleaning robots in the market, and also research has been done to some degree to demonstrate robots that can move in vertical facades. But with all these platforms, they can clean a single panel and would require human intervention to move the robots from one panel to another panel. Imagine the airport gates where we have a number of panels, or a high-rise building, again, a scenario where we see a number of glass panels, often separated by a frame. In such cases, if a human operator have to intervene every time to move the robot from one frame to another, that is going to result in a huge drop in productivity. To solve this problem, we have developed fundamental mechanisms and control approaches that enable the robot to clean a single panel, detect the frame, and to move from one frame to another all by itself. By doing so, the robot significantly improves productivity compared to existing research and commercial platforms. So the two lines that you see are only for safety, and the robot uses indigenously developed impeller mechanism. Is an inverse of propeller that current flying machines uses. So it uses the principle of impeller to adhere itself to the glass facade. And again, we have put in numerous effort in research and development to have optimal amount of pressure exerted for the robot to move and clean. Also, a number of approaches has been iterated towards human-robot interfaces so that the robots can be translated to commercial setting with ease. So it's not just about glass facades. We have also shown scalability of our Mantis robot for application in aerospace domain. So what you see here is an adapted version of the Mantis, which we call Chiropter, to tackle maintenance, inspection tasks in aircraft setting. So Chiropter is capable of going around the fuselage of an aircraft and to transform from the wing to the fuselage. So to this end, we have developed custom mechanisms, control approaches, autonomy approaches, perception strategies that allows the robot to navigate in the exterior surfaces of the aircraft while meeting the stringent requirements in this conventional domain. The idea is to push forward to develop a truly autonomous robot that is capable of going beyond inspection to handle also cleaning. So we have developed also computer vision and AI packages that can detect abnormalities in the exterior surfaces of aircraft. This project has been conducted in collaboration with ST Aerospace. So beyond the small scale platforms like the Chiropter, Mantis, H-Tetro and the S-Tetro, we have also developed platforms that are large scale and belong to the vehicle class. Panthera is a platform that we are developing for cleaning of pavements and sweeping of pavements. So Panthera is an autonomous reconfigurable robot that has the ability to compress and expand in response to the varying widths of pavements and the density of people in our park connectors and pavements. The platform is completely developed in-house at SUTD. The mechanisms, control, perception, and autonomy approaches that enables the robot to perceive the environment and to compress and expand in relation to the environmental observations. The platform has a payload capacity of over 300 kilos that allows the robot to easily be scaled to logistic mission. So the platform has a number of unique abilities, including what you see now. The robot is capable of compressing and expanding while in motion. For a robot like a pavement sweeping platform, this is absolutely essential. Imagine the robot observes people that are walking, running. It is important for the robot to be versatile, to compress, allow for the people to pass, and then expand and cover pavements or park connectors that the robot is sweeping. The robot is currently being test bedded in SUTD campus, iterated with the idea to scale up and run trials together with the NEA, the National Environmental Agency. The developments here span beyond mechanisms and control to also take into account human interactions, detection of human intention estimation, and for the platform to react with autonomy cues to this end. So another exciting platform that is being developed at our lab is that of Scorpio. So the project was originally funded by MINDEF at the Tamasak lab with the original purpose targeting urban reconnaissance mission. Scorpio is a miniature rolling, crawling, and wall climbing robot. The focus here is to develop a miniature robot that is capable of performing urban reconnaissance mission. We developed the very first platform that is very small in scale, less than 10 centimeters in rolling diameter, that is capable of crawling, rolling, and wall climbing locomotions. The platform had a full suite of sensors on board to detect objects of interest, human, and activities within a defined space. So with all these developments happening, we had a keen interest to go beyond intellectual output to also make socio-economic impact. So the lab made concerted effort to inspire startup that can leverage on people that are trained in the lab, SUTD students, SUTD researchers, and our graduates, and also to translate IPs that are developed in our lab so that it can benefit local SMEs, translate into products, contribute towards job creation, and be exported as products to other markets. Our very first effort is that of LionSpot. So LionSpot is a company where I'm a co-founder, and I co-founded the company together with Dylan, who has been in the cleaning industry for almost 20 years with his Super Steam. That is a major cleaning equipment distributor in Singapore. So LionSpot was established in 2018. So currently the company has over 65 engineers spanning all the way from mechanical, electrical, electronics, computer manufacturing, all. The company manufactures robots here in Singapore, very close to Sutd at Changi. We develop a number of core technologies in-house, spanning from the mechanical design, the PCBs, the power systems, the cloud architectures, the autonomy stack, everything is done in-house. The robots are produced in Singapore to meet emerging need in the cleaning industry locally here, and also to export the robots to overseas and countries that face same difficulty in meeting the manpower needs and productivity improvements in the traditional industry of cleaning. So currently, LionsBot has deployed the robots in many niche sites in Singapore, spanning various industries from healthcare to aerospace to universities, schools, factories, and beyond, with very positive feedbacks, and with our number of deployments increasing over the years. So beyond that, LionsBot has also exported the robots now to 24 countries, and our deployments are expanding. With COVID, there is increased need for cleaning, and the frequency of cleaning has increased, and our robots from LionsBot are working hard to meet the gap and to provide support in this emerging and evolving situation. So here there is a short video introducing our LeoBot class of robots from LionsBot.
Darren is a 925 hours robot operator from the future. He uses the Lions Clean app to manage his LionsBot cleaning robots. Leo Scrub specializes in scrubbing and drying floors. Designed to prevent collisions, he comes with a full suite of safety sensors. Deployment using the Lions Clean app is easy. Being nimble, she can access narrow doors and tight turns readily. Leo Mop cleans silently and uses 70% less water than other machines. Together with Leo Scrub, they form a smart team. Leo Vac cleans both hard floors and carpets. Besides the powerful cleaning performance, she brings joy and laughter everywhere. Leo Pool performs quick swap of 660-liter bins to dispose trash effortlessly. With 24/7 cloud support, assistance anytime, anywhere. Darren's dream has become a reality today. Bringing you the robots people love, LionsBot.
So with our successes in LionsBot, we wanted to turn our lab into a catalyst that can inspire many more startup companies in the domain of robotics in non-conflicting domains. So we can have an ecosystem of robotic company here in Singapore. So our next effort towards inspiring startup came with that of Oceania Robotics. So Oceania Robotics is a company that is into marine, pest control, and landscaping. The company produces designs and manufacture robots that target productivity improvements in a number of ruggedized and hazardous work processes in this domain. So the company focuses on marine, where specific work processes targeting hydroblasting, grid blasting and benchmarking are replaced with robots that can be teleoperated by people. These are work processes that are highly hazardous and involve ergonomically difficult work processes. With the robots that Oceania is deploying, the ergonomic conditions are significantly improved, making these jobs attractive for our youth. So here is a video of our Hornbill class of robot that performs grid blasting. So from the video, we can see how difficult the environment becomes when the task is being performed. Currently, this process is completely manually done, where an individual holds the nozzle and fires the grid at the surface, removing the paint or the biofoul. With robots, the process can be automated with human in the loop, an individual teleoperating the robot from afar. The process efficiency, for the productivity, and the ergonomic situation can be vastly improved. So here with Oceania, we are developing platforms that not just improves productivity through inclusion of robots, but also novel mechanisms and control approaches introduced to force multiply the productivity benefits. So with this case specifically, the robot uses a double nozzle instead of the traditional single nozzle approaches, doubling the area covered for a single swing. And beyond that, the robot also offers autonomy, very first of its kind in the market, where a cell can be defined, like let's say 5 meter by 5 meter or 20 meter by 20 meter, and the robot would go zigzag, spiral, covering the given area, performing grid blasting, hydroblasting, or benchmarking tasks. So beyond that, with the recent trend and need in the pest control industry, because of the emergence of dengue cases last year, the company has scaled up to produce robotic solution to this much needed market. So the current approaches in mosquito control are often labor intensive, like let's say the case of fogging is a labor intensive work process, and robots can automate a number of these work processes, and also to save people from mosquito bites and spread of dengue. So here the Dragonfly class of robots are being designed and manufactured by Oceania to target mosquito control applications. The robot carry indigenously developed payloads that attract mosquito, trap them, and kill them. To this end, there is 4 layers of attractant modules on board the Dragonfly platform, spanning olfactory, the smell, the light, the motion, and also the colors are used to attract mosquitoes and to trap them and to kill them. The platform has AI and computer vision on board, so that the robot produces daily reports or periodical reports when it comes to detecting hotspots in a given place. For example, with Dragonfly deployed in a primary school or a university campus like ours at Sutd, the robot will be able to provide mosquito hotspots that are upon deployment over an extended period. And also, importantly, to benchmark the reduction in mosquito over a given time. With current approaches like fogging, the fogging process is done and it is assumed that mosquitoes are taken care of. But with Dragonfly, the robot produces daily or periodical reports to show that the number of mosquitoes in a given area is decreasing over time. The robot offers also a number of other services enabled by its cloud platform. So here, now Dragonfly robots are being deployed and piloted together closely with a number of our partners. So this video shows our recent deployments at the company's round market Hawker Center, working closely with the company's town council. So the platform can be deployed in a number of modes. So one of the recent recognition for Oceania is that of being the only robotic company that will develop and deliver a vertical garden maintenance robot for our Singapore pavilion at World Expo Dubai 2021. So with our World Expo Dubai, our Singapore pavilion has a huge vertical garden facility, and the robot Eurodella that is developed and manufactured by Oceania will be deployed to perform laborious tasks such as pot replacement, monitoring of plants, fruits, flowers, through use of onboard AI and sensor packages. So we are very proud that Oceania Robotics and with technologies that are licensed transferred from Sutd are part of this platform to be demonstrated at our Singapore pavilion to the world. So here with developments with our lab at Sutd, the ROAR lab, and our inspired startups, LionsBot and Oceania, we are looking to expand to inspire a steady stream of companies and also translation of IPs and the fundamental research to companies in Singapore so that we can produce waves and waves of robotic products that can be translated and exported to other countries and result in big job creation here in Singapore. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohan, for your enlightening speech. And once again, we are deeply appreciative to our distinguished speakers for their time in delivering their perspectives on industry, academia, collaboration, and growth. In the next segment of our program, the forum panel will be discussing the key ingredients of industry, academia, collaboration. The panel members will also debate on upcoming research megatrends and the outlook for Singapore's research and development in the next decade. Before we proceed, let us go for a break. Our program will commence in 5 minutes' time.
A very good morning. Thank you for participating in the First Industry Workshop 2020.
The power of change will ignite the transformation process and make Singapore stronger and better.
We have to be really bold with our imaginations. We have to have all ideas coming in together. And the universities and the academia provide a great platform and a great source for just that, the technology push.
We will enter an intelligent world in the next 30 years. In this new world, all things will be sensing, connected, and intelligent.
In this world of fostering collaboration, we have to share, because when you share more, you learn more. Okay? Because it's going to be vice versa both ways, right? And I think also it's also part of the culture that we need to kind of help to nurture. Right?
It's also important for university to help to nurture entrepreneurship, to promote innovation, and also to bring some of this discoveries, or know-how to create new startups, bring and to generate more enterprises.
A lot of the industry requirement needs to work with the professor at the beginning of the basic research. Therefore, you can actually get alignment earlier. And this is something I truly believe that we need to do.
I believe that as Singapore progresses, the arts and the social sciences become more and more important. And with specialization, each of us can look after a different aspect of what makes human life rich, enriching, and enjoyable in that sense.
Content is just one piece of the puzzle. You need industry to adopt, you need people to adopt, you need individuals to adopt. And I think this is where Learning Hub can come in and actually be a platform to be able to outreach and build those strong networks together with the global providers.
This year, we received a large number of submissions for the research competition. Kindly refer to the First Industry Workshop website. The website can be accessed at www.sutd.edu.sg/first.
Our robots are designed and manufactured in Singapore, and we have quite a few global distributors currently. We actually have a 23-pager safety report to assure our partners that our robots have been tested and are safe to use.
I'd like to extend our deepest gratitude for your participation in making this event a success. It has been an interesting day filled with visions for innovation and collaborations for the future. Join us next year for the 2021 edition of First Industry Workshop. See you then.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to you, depending on wherever you are in the world right now. And thank you once again for joining us at the annual First Fostering Industrial Research Success Together Industry Workshop 2021, organized by the Singapore University of Technology and Design. My name, of course, is Wayne Chan, and it's my pleasure to be your host for this next segment, which is the Forum Panel Discussion. Now, as an institute of higher learning and an autonomous university, SUTD is a vital stakeholder in advancing scientific knowledge and conducting cutting-edge R&D to design tomorrow's technology today. This important work includes the nurturing of a university culture for industry collaboration, which helps to build up technically grounded leaders and innovators with not only the specific skills that companies desire, but also serving societal needs with a holistic understanding of next generation technology. Today, our forum panel will discuss the key ingredients of such university industry collaborations. Our distinguished panel will also debate on upcoming research megatrends and the outlook for Singapore's entrepreneurship and innovation in the next decade. We're honored today to have with us 5 top industry panelists. First of all, we have Celestine Khoo, Senior Director, Venture Innovation and Entrepreneurship, SUTD. Ms. Khoo leads the Venture, Innovation and Entrepreneurship initiatives at SUTD. She supports founders, faculty, and researchers as they launch their startups and spin-offs and facilitate partnerships with investors, government, and corporate partners in the startup community. She has co-founded a startup and is also an independent director of Far East Hospitality Trust and serves on the investment committees of several non-profit organizations. Celestine, can you just give us a wave to our audience? Thank you so much for joining us, Celestine. We're also delighted to have with us Eugene Wee, Director, Enterprise Division A-Star. Mr. Wee leads the A-Star's Venture and Creation Growth Division. Now, prior to his current appointment, he headed Accelerate Venture Creation Private Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of A-Star. He has also held roles in corporate governance, policy, and business development at Accelerate, the marketing and commercialization arm of A-Star. Eugene, thank you so much for joining us. We also want to warmly welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Huawei International, Nicholas Ma. Now, prior to his current role as CEO, Mr. Ma was the Deputy CEO of Huawei Philippines from 2014 to 2018, Vice President of Global Wireless Marketing and Solutions Sales Department in Huawei's HQ in Shenzhen, and Head for Wireless Marketing and Solutions Sales Department of Huawei's India Region Office from 2008 to 2011. Very delighted to have you with us today, Nicholas. Give us a wave if you can. Thank you so much. We are also very pleased to have with us Jeremy Sim, now absorbed by the world, reshaped by climate and cybernetics rather. Mr. Sim is the director of the civilizational prototyping lab Audacity or Off Habit, and concurrently creative director of the venture builder Mistletoe. He was a lead administrator for the EU ERD Industrial Innovation Network in Nordic Europe and the British Isles. He has also served various consulting roles in Berlin, Beijing, Abu Dhabi, and Hanoi, including collaborations with G7, G20 chair Hans Eichel. And finally, we're also grateful to have with us Hema Lada Anamalai, founder UniConnect Private Limited, a company that serves the talent acquisition needs of the electronics and semiconductor industries. Hema is passionate about creating jobs and empowering engineers at all levels. As a serial entrepreneur, she has spent many years creating and driving entrepreneurial ventures in varied industries spanning professional services, electronics, travel, and electric vehicles. Thank you so much to all our panelists for taking the time off your busy schedules to join us here today. Now, there's so many factors that contribute to successful university-industry collaboration and challenges as well to make the most of these opportunities. To get our exciting discussion going, we want to start off with our first question for everyone, and it's this. What can startup SMEs across a broad spectrum of industries do to cultivate a resilient talent pipeline? Let's start with Nicholas Ma. Nicholas, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, thank you, Wayne. About these questions, I want to share some input based on our experience to build and enhance a resilient talent pipeline. First of all, building a resilient talent pipeline is not just a matter for startups and SMEs. It requires a united effort from both the industry and the academia. The industry players should take the initiative in establishing close communications and cooperation with the education sector to keep the institutes of the higher learning updated of the industry requirement on needed talent, which will ensure talent supply is aligned with demands. Meanwhile, the education sector should do the same to embrace the industry and promote close cooperation between the business, education, and research. Sutd First is a good idea to exchange platform. This exchange platform to bring people from industry and academy to pay attention and discuss the talent topic. Secondly, while as a local enterprise, always will emphasize on the cultivating talents based on our own technical advantages. As a large company, we believe that we should give full play to our advantage of being a platform and our ability to help the industry players. We would like to output a comprehensive requirement looking after both short-term and mid to long-term demand. Establish a long-term collaboration mechanism with IHS, build a platform covering hardware and software that could contribute to the industry ecosystem and the university in implementing and strengthening talent development as well as the industry innovation. By doing so, we wish to construct a cooperative ecosystem that could benefit all parties. Currently, we have jointly built ICT college with 7 local IHRs in Singapore. And also we launched our AI lab and the DGS lab in 2019 and 2021. It's also important, this too is important facility furthering the cooperation with university industry association and existing partners. In 2022, we also have launched our virtual, we call it ICT, Virtual ICT Academy, offering over 140 free courses for the public to learn by themselves. At the meantime, we provided entry-level courses in 5 domains on the Singapore National Learning Platform, My Skill Future. Meanwhile, we have designed customized talent training courses in various fields, including the cloud, the network infrastructure, AI, launched the talent program, aiming at cooperate with ecosystem partners to cultivate the 1,000 professionals for Singapore ICT industry in the next 3 years. This is a very important program we just launched recently. We hope all this kind of effort will be supported and assisted by the Singapore IHRs, as well as the relevant startups and SMEs, because it's really, we're trying to help all the players in the industry also. When?
Thank you so much, Nicholas. That was really a very comprehensive overview, and I'm sure our viewers truly benefited from that very, very comprehensive answer. Hema, I'd like to throw the question over to you. What would you like to add to that point?
Yeah. Nicholas spoke about largely from a large corporation's point of view. I would like to speak from a real startup, viewpoint, Wayne. Startups are typically in a hurry, right? So they usually hire for ability, capability, and maybe less for attitude. Okay. And the startups and SMEs are always chasing 2 things from experience. One is sales, the other one is cash flow. They do this because after the viability of the business model and the revenue models are established. So when it is neck to neck and hand to mouth, the founding team has to be absolutely be prudent and careful to be able to build a resilient talent pipeline, right? So I would like to quote 3 or 4 things what they can do. One is actually focus on the internal resource, because that's a low-hanging fruit, which means make the best possible way to at least get a dual-skilled in terms of the resources, and at least if not multi-skilled, right? So what happens is that the moment you are actually having dual skills, what we should do that is we should actually focus on these people who have a greater aptitude to learn, right? They should be singled out and rotated in a planned manner through different short-term projects and crisis situations, because then these people will be ready for taking up new projects, new roads, and when there are emergencies. So the first thing is focusing on the in-house resources, right? The second one is creating powerful internship and also live project programs, because the moment you have project managers have the candidates to solve problem, they also understand about the candidate, their cultural fitment and their ability to solve problems. So this is actually the managers getting a test drive of a car, before actually owning the car, right? So that's going to be very useful. And of course, the project managers get risk mitigated talent, and these are the assets that can actually the company can consider to be hiring them for a full-time job, right? And from the intern's point of view, the intern also knows the company very well, so he or she will make a calculated decision to join the company. So the advantage is less attrition. So it is actually a win-win proposal, for both the company as well as the startup and the, and the employee, right? And lastly, of course, systematic, reviews through Google OKRs, which is basically objectives and key results area. Because when you kind of have a quarterly review, it becomes very easy, and then mid-way course correction is possible. So this is the third thing. And the last is, of course, to build a strong and incentivized referral network. Because when you have a strong network who can continuously refer, you also not only understand what's happening around the competition, and also you're able to create a goodwill with your current employees. I think so. These are the four methods where organizations will be able to build a very resilient talent pipeline. Because one right talent in the company is so important, because that can make or break, right? Particularly for startups and scale-ups, right? Because the resources are very scarce, right? So they have to be very careful. So I think these are the 3 or 4 methods I would suggest, Wayne.
Thank you so much, Hema. I really love all your suggestions. It really, really sounds so interesting, and there's so much for our audience to digest and pick off that. And talking about digesting and picking off that, I want to throw the question I just asked to both Eugene or Germany. Either of you guys can go next. And what do you all think about some of these suggestions and inputs from Nicholas and Hema? Maybe starting with Eugene.
Sure. Happy to add on to that, Wayne. First of all, thank you so much for introducing us and giving us such a warm welcome. I would say the first thing I wanted to add, and I've probably only got 2 points. The first one, adding to Nicholas Ma's point on the need for greater coordination at the national level, I would say that I think we're incredibly fortunate in Singapore that there is actually coordination that happens at the national level between the ministries of trade and industry, the Ministry of Education, and the ministries of manpower. So with the Economic Development Board, we are constantly looking at what industry needs and how we can better shape our education, how we can better shape the manpower needs, so that they fulfill the needs of industry. So that's the first thing I wanted to add. So I think we're very fortunate to be able to do that in Singapore in a very concerted manner. The second thing I wanted to add to Hima's list of with very wonderful and very apt methods to build a resilient pipeline, I would say the one thing that I would add to that is that if you want to look at building a resilient pipeline of talent, you don't always have to do it entirely by yourself. I'm a strong believer in open innovation, and as such, I think one of the things that we need to be able to look at is leveraging the talent that exists within the autonomous universities, the institutes of higher learning here in Singapore, as well as research institutes, right, such as A-Star. And the idea is that we do plenty of research. There's a lot of development work that's going on as well. Why not just don't be overly self-reliant? I think it's important to be self-reliant, but it's also important to be able to leverage the wider ecosystem. So look at the capabilities that exist within the research institutes. At A-Star, look at what happens within the universities. If there are researchers, if there is talent that exists within the universities, I think all the autonomous universities and IHLs as well as A-Star are willing to collaborate with companies. And I think that's how you maximize talent potential within Singapore, especially when it's so finite.
Thank you so much, Eugene. I really love all of those suggestions as well. And I can see both Jeremy and Celestine smiling away as you were answering. So I'm sure some of those created a few light bulbs in their minds. Jeremy or Celestine, would you all have anything to add to this question about how startups and SMEs, how can they, across a broad spectrum of industries, or what can they do to cultivate a resilient talent pipeline?
Celestine, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I agree with my fellow panelists, and especially, Eugene, when you talked about, nurturing the talent. Here I'm talking about nurturing the bilingual talent who have both the technological as well as business expertise. And I'll speak from the point of view of SUTD, where we place a lot of focus on this. Like, we have an interdisciplinary curriculum with a hands-on learning environment that concludes in a capstone design program. So every year, final year students from different majors, they come together in teams, and then they contribute their tech know-how and design expertise to solve real-world challenges faced by our industry partners. So for example, like last year, despite the pandemic, we had a total of 63 projects and 44 participating industry partners. And this year we have more than 70 projects. So if you look at it, this is just one sort of area where we try to nurture bilingual talent and getting the students out there to work on real world life challenges. Yep. Jeremy, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a brilliant sequence. We started with the largest companies, then we went to the startups, and then we are talking about university students, which is kind of like an area which is very close to my heart. I cannot speak for a large spectrum of industries because we are focused mostly on the radical impact venture space. We try to create an environment that rewards key founder traits, right? And we prefer to start very young in university, like SUTD. That's a great time to start, or even earlier, high school. We have some pretty interesting innovators in their teenage years. Perhaps the most important quality that I try to encourage in the environment that we create is to have a vision. I think the talent in Singapore tends to be very intelligent. They're tech savvy. And I think what we don't spend enough time is nurturing their ability to zoom out and see the big picture. I think if you overemphasize specialization, sometimes you end up with very intelligent people who lack real meaningful vision, right? I think another quality that we try to encourage is organizational talent, the ability to build collaborations. It's a waste when you meet otherwise brilliant people who lack meaningful collaboration skills. That makes it more difficult to fulfill their true potential. I think the story of evolution is the story of people learning to collaborate in ever increasing numbers and complexity. A few million years ago, our ape ancestors would live together in small units, and it took hundreds of thousands of years for them to learn to form tribes. And then a few thousand years ago, we formed cities. And nation states are still a relatively new thing, like for the last 1 or 2 centuries, right? So now we are going through this geopolitical kind of like transitions, which I think is part of the movement towards something grander than the nation state. So I'm a firm believer that the ability to build ever-larging collaborations is very important. And then the final quality, I think, is learning how to get up when you fail. I think in Singapore, sometimes we're very smart. We go out of our way to avoid failure, which is a missed learning opportunity. I think there's a lot you learn from failure. So we need to learn how to embrace failure. We need to learn how to embrace getting up again. We need to embrace the struggle. Embrace how to make the best possible moves when there's no good moves left to you. I think that's an amazing skill to have. Yeah, I think that's our focus at Audacity.
Absolutely amazing. I just love that whole spiel that you had there, Jeremy, giving a historical perspective on the growth of collaboration among people, among nations, among all the big organizations across the globe. It's really interesting, and that really crossfades nicely to our next question, which is, what are some considerations in collaborations between startups and academia? Let's start with Hema. What are your thoughts on this?
Okay. See, the products or services that are getting developed these days are becoming faster, better, cheaper, right? So there are several considerations, but I think the key ones will be to make it build a clear but a simple rules of collaboration. If you make it very complex, it becomes very difficult for the startups. So one of the thing is that the first, I mean, this is from my practical experience. I feel that startups may not, want to invest in expensive tools until the viability is established. Because I have seen that startups raise money and very quickly go into committing expensive tools and licenses and all that, which I kind of feel that maybe they shouldn't rush to do it, because you should preserve your cash. And that's why there are universities, particularly in Singapore. The universities are very collaborative, and you should kind of please work with the dean to be able to get those tools for your organization to collaborate. Because until viability is established, you're not very sure where the revenue will come from, because you're still figuring out in the first 2 to 3 years. Yeah, that was the first point. And the second point is that I'm not sure whether this is possible, but one of the points is that whether a master's or a PhD student, can be considered for a 1-year assignment into startups. Maybe are they given credit for their course? We don't know yet. I think maybe Eugene can answer that later. So I think that it will be very, very good, because in the pandemic times, because most of the startups are cash strapped, so it will be very nice where the government can look into allowing the startups to engage a master's or a PhD, prof who has the expertise on the project where the startup is doing. Yeah. So these are the two things, and the last is, of course, engaging with universities to leverage their intellectual property, because sometimes we could share the intellectual property. Academia can actually get the patent right, but then the sub-licensing rights can be with the startup. And this can be done with some kind of time-bound revenue shared model. Okay. Because in Singapore's context is already allowed, where they pay one-time royalty or some royalty to be able to leverage the IPs. But the key is actually to make it very simple and less rigid, and more with more flexibility, because the entrepreneurs have to be supported. It has to be adapted. You have to close it in a manner where the entrepreneur or the startup or the SME is supported, and the SME must be enabled. So it is very important. So I think these are my views, Wayne, in terms of how we can collaborate.
Thank you so much, Hema. That was truly very, very insightful. Celestine, are there any other considerations or inputs that you'd like to add to expand on Hema's points?
Yeah, thanks, Wayne. I'd just like to add on that as a starting point, it would be good to first explore what resources and expertise the parties bring to the table and what the desired outcomes are. So if you look at a few considerations, like first, what's the objective of the collaboration to the startup and to the researcher? Like, are the two objectives achievable at the same time? And then if you look at the success of the collaboration, how is it going to be measured to both the startup and the researcher as well? And are the two measurements consistent or contradictory? And third, if looking at the startup, does it have enough runway to deliver on the collaboration's goals? And on the researchers' end, is the budget that they are allocating sufficient to achieve the goals of the collaboration? Because from experience, the common denominator between researchers and startups is innovation and raising funds, right? Researchers raise funds to support the continuity of their research, while startups raise funds to support the continuity of their business and growth. But startups generally, they come with very specific needs for their product pipelines, and cost and timing are also major concerns. So finding that right match of skills and requirements is actually very important. The other thing is that startups will have investors behind them and various funding rounds that could impact the dynamics of the collaboration. So for instance, they often want to move fast, but we all know that it takes time to execute good agreements and develop good working relationships. So it's good to come in at the collaboration at the start with some of these points in mind.
Thank you so much, Celestine. That was really, truly helpful and much to consider for those who want to create these collaborations between startups and academia. Now, I wonder if the other panelists have anything to add to this. Nicholas, Eugene, and Jeremy, do you have anything to add to that point?
I'll go. Yeah, I think the kind of startups that work best with academia, from what I've seen, are the very early stage, even like pre-startups, right? Like kind of during the ideation phase, like pre-startups. or more mature startups. I think more mature startups, the route is already quite well established, relatively speaking. I'd like to address more the pre-startups, which are kind of the startups that will be born out of universities, right? And I think one thing that I do see is that our students have a very heavy course load, right? We tend to be quite demanding taskmasters. So if there's a way that we could kind of give them, like a rigorous education, but not overload it, create as much free space and creativity time as possible to let them explore, I think that's quite useful. And in some ways, that's what SUTD is known for, right? So I think SUTD is a true a pioneer and trailblazer, and we all should hope that it succeeds in its mission. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. And that leads us to our next question, which I'm going to throw to Eugene to start off. And this question is, how can startups or local enterprises better leverage on university and the local research ecosystem? Eugene, starting off with you, what are your thoughts?
Wow, that's a really big question, Wayne. I would say that there's really an incredible wide spectrum of activity that's available, and that startups and local enterprises can participate in when it comes to engaging the universities as well as the local research ecosystem. How can they do it? I would say, first of all, one of the key problem statements I wanted to highlight was really a lack of awareness on the various schemes and activities that's happening throughout the local ecosystem. I think it's important for startups to spend a little bit of time in studying and understanding where the capabilities exist, what the various schemes are, and basically study for themselves and understand what's best for them when it comes to engaging the local ecosystem. And so building on that point, I would say that it's important not to think about just doing things by yourself. So it's not always just about a one-on-one relationship between NewCo within local enterprise and a principal investigator in one of the research institutes. I think it's important to be able to then leverage the wider ecosystem, right? So I'll give you an example of that. And of course, an A-star example comes to mind. There is a national platform called the Diagnostics Development Hub. Now, that's a platform that really looks at helping local enterprises productize in the field of diagnostics. And if we use the recent COVID-19 example as how we've developed not only the capabilities to help bring the technologies downstream in terms of technology development, but also in terms of productization, i.e. seeking regulatory approvals, looking at how we can help manufacturers scale up, doing the quality management systems and so on and so forth, things that are actually important not only for technologies, but for products and services that need to be in the market, then we need to be able to leverage platforms such as those to really bring the technologies to the market. And so with that, with the Diagnostics Development Hub, we've seen several startups of ours that were able to see technologies move all the way from the laboratory into the market, right? So some of the test kits that you've seen in the papers over the last year or so really have flown through the entire process, leveraging the expertise that exists in the entire ecosystem. So I would say A-star universities can play the role of convener. And there are so many platforms. I actually would like some of my other panelists to jump in and highlight some of the platforms they're familiar with. One of the other platforms I wanted to highlight was ACCM. So it's called the A-Star Collaborative Commerce Marketplace. So if you go to accm.a-star.edu.sg, you'll be able to engage with not only A-star researchers, but there are about 1,500 companies from throughout the local ecosystem that you can engage through this platform. So the question is about finding out what's available and engaging not just one, but also an entire ecosystem. Another scheme that maybe is worth mentioning, and I think Hema alluded to this earlier, was this idea of talent flow. And something that exists in the local ecosystem, not just with A-Star, but also the local universities, is this idea of tee-up. So you can basically take a researcher that currently resides within the university or within the local research institute and have them seconded to your company, right, to fulfill some of the technology development needs that you may have. And these are just a couple of examples of some of the many schemes that already exist. But one of the one of the things that I need to encourage a little more is maybe the creation of awareness of some of these things.
That is absolutely on point, Eugene. I got to say it's true. There are just so many schemes, so many platforms, so many initiatives out there, but sometimes just a lack of awareness that stops people from leveraging on them. And talking about all of that, I wonder if our other panelists have anything to add. What are some of the other ways, the other ideas, some of the other opportunities, that people can leverage on in terms of startups or local enterprises in terms of university and the local research ecosystem? Nicholas and Jeremy, would you all have anything to add to that? Maybe starting with Nicholas, would you have anything to say from your perspective on how startups or local enterprises can better leverage on university-led or the local research ecosystem?
I think I just add a very simple point is the startup just try to make best use of all the possible platform and associate in the industry to resource to facilitate your innovation or your solution and product. That's very important. And then you try to contribute. Of course, you take something from the ecosystem and also you need contribute to the whole ecosystem with the best product also, but also some sorts, not only in the product for the commercial stuff, also some sorts and some like the software stuff and the algorithm or the ecosystem stuff, not only the firm stuff. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nicholas, for that answer. And of course, there's still so much more that we have to discuss on this lovely morning or afternoon or evening, depending where you are. We're going to move on to the next question, which is, what are the emerging trends apart from the traditional industry academia partnerships, which have been relatively successful? Some examples we have are corporate internships, work study programs, curriculum advisory boards, guest lectureships, capstone courses, and the list goes on. So what are the emerging trends apart from the traditional industry academia partnerships, which have been relatively successful? Let's start with Celestine. Celestine, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, thanks, Wayne. I talked just now about nurturing this bilingual talent who have both technological and business expertise. And the other way, is really working with students as well as other universities globally and the startup ecosystem. So how we do that, apart from the capstone projects that I mentioned just now, is also this SUTD Tech Entrepreneurship Program, where students in this program gain from majoring in a specialized tech field, combined with a 1-year immersion in different startup ecosystems globally. And then another trend that we see is collaborating with strategic partners in focus areas. So through our collaboration with the SingHealth regional health systems, we work with clinicians from 12 SingHealth entities in joint research and innovation projects, as well as curriculum activities. So this includes things like co-development of courses, adjunct appointments, student mentorships, and internships at Changi General Hospital. We also conduct joint grant calls to support the translation of SUTD CGH joint IP. And you probably have read recently in the news about this joint development of the B-Watch sensor. So it's this wireless lightweight device that's placed over a patient's bandage to detect real-time bleeding from wounds after invasive procedures. and it's been patented in Singapore and the US. And then another example of strategic partnerships is our collaboration with Enterprise Singapore to launch the Startup SG Founder Venture Building Program. So this program is to groom aspiring entrepreneurs to build and scale innovative startups. And at last count, together with the other universities, this program has supported more than 300 participants to become entrepreneurs. The other thing that came out very recently was EDB that announced, they launched this corporate venture launchpad program to help companies launch new ventures. And we're also in discussions with some of these corporate venture units because they are always on the lookout for researchers and entrepreneurs to help them grow their businesses in new directions so that they can fend off the smaller, more innovative competitors. And there are also other ecosystem nodes that we work with. So, for example, Eugene just now talked about A-Star's platform. There's also like IMDA and CapitaLand and other organizations that now use open innovation systems for real commercial pilots and testbed solutioning. So I'd say that the traditional industry academia partnership is really evolving into a very exciting space.
Truly, there's just so much to look forward to, so many interesting trends and so many ways that we can have all of these industry academia partnerships. And I want to move on to Eugene. Eugene, what do you have to add to this question? What are some of these emerging trends that you're seeing that have been relatively successful?
I think in the interest of time, perhaps one of the things that I'll do is just focus on one of the things that I've seen to be incredibly successful in facilitating partnerships between enterprises as well as the universities and the local research ecosystem, and that is in consortium. So A-Star has been doing this maybe over the last 10 years or so, and what we've seen is that when you bring together like-minded companies, you're then able to look across a broad spectrum of problem statements that maybe exist across all the different companies, right? And typically you don't have conversations with your competitors on what the key problems are, especially when it comes to talent or when it comes to technology development. But bringing together a consortia of players who are in peripheral industries really allows a lot of these problem statements to percolate upwards. And when we are able to bring together all these players onto a table to discuss their problem statements, then too comes the solutioning, right? So I think ultimately what we've seen as being a big success is bringing people together. And in so doing, what you also then see is that if you've got MNCs that have got problem statements, especially when it comes to issues along their supply chain, for example, then we can see a lot of local enterprises coming in as well, developing their capabilities to fit the needs of these multinationals that we're engaging. So again, it's not just about how universities can address some of these problem statements, but also how some companies within some of these ecosystems are also able to respond to some of the other companies. You know what I mean? So it's about bringing together different people, different resources, different skill sets, and talking about problems together and solving them together. I think that's been incredibly successful for us. What then happens after those conversations is that it also generates the opportunity for bilateral agreements, right, or research collaborations, either between multinational and a local enterprise, or within the enterprises and with one of the research institutes or universities. So that's something that's been incredibly valuable for us, something that I strongly encourage all our listeners, whether it's in enterprise or whether it's in local research institutions, to also participate in.
That's really amazing, Eugene. And I think some of the things that you said about bringing together people to meet specific needs or solve specific problems faced by the industry is something that's truly what we want to look at in our next question as well. And it's really perfectly ties up our next question, which is for Hema. And the question is this: students must look at solving problems of the emerging, developing economies as massive disruption is visible in many segments. How can universities achieve this systematically? Hammer, what are your thoughts?
Um, I will only share a personal anecdote here. Is that see, I was mentored by Prof. Hang Chang Chie. He's from NUS, and he's one of the pioneers in disruptive innovation. Okay, and when I was mentored by him, he said, "Hey, Ma, you just have to read this book, The Innovator's Dilemma by Clayton Christensen." And then, I mean, it just opened up a completely new perspective on how disruption is happening in varied industries. For example, in if you look at emerging economies, there's no fixed telephony at all. It's completely replaced by mobile telephony, right? It's completely gone. So we have leapfrogged. One technology is completely gone. So like that, even if you look at it here in the pandemic times, we are having a situation where the online digital marketplace is going to really play a very significant part. In developing economies is normally called the convenience sector, right? Where the convenience economy is actually going to, dictate many things in terms of how the user wanted to conduct himself, the lifestyle change itself, right? So I feel that this disruption is going to really kind of, completely overhaul the industry. For example, in our own industry, if you look at electronics and semiconductors, even in the assembly, the fab side, right? With the advent of 5G, with the advent of artificial intelligence, there are new ways of thinking happening, right? With sensors, etc. Because the old ways where it was largely human centric, people centric, are now will be targeted to run with less resources, right? Which means more tech, deep tech coming into play. So I think that every sector should watch for disruption coming in, and that is one of the reasons I feel that academia will be able to supplement that thinking, for a startup or a mid-sized enterprise to be able to understand what are the new trends, technologies that actually will come, and whereby we can take an advantage of kind of understanding it in a much better manner, because the SME will not have as much of bandwidth to be able to understand what's happening. So that is why the university collaboration will be able to help understand the changing mega trends that's going to happen. I think it's completely I would say that it's going to be very intense. There are a lot of companies. I mean, even if you take the mobile telephony, for example, Nokia missed the smartphone wave, right? And other companies, caught up. New companies like Apple came up in a very, very big manner, right? I mean, this is all very rudimentary, but then these are the fundamentals by which disruptive companies, shall rule the space, and that is something that I feel that the SMEs should have a very, very strong consideration. Otherwise, they will focus on creating something, and they will miss the bus in front of their own eyes.
Thank you so much, Hema, for that very, very exciting and insightful inputs into that question. And as you mentioned, we are now in the midst of a pandemic, and it's a time whereby we need extra support for our startups. So my next question is, how do we provide? Yes.
Sorry, can I just add to Hima's point, because I felt like there was an
Please
area
do.
that's close to my heart as well. Yeah. So at Mistletoe and Audacity, we tend to focus on emerging markets, and we have a great example of a startup that kind of answers this question really well. It was a drone delivery startup founded about 6 years ago. It's called Zipline, right? So we were the angel investor. We wrote the first check. And it was trying to do drone deliveries. I think the founders were American, right? And they were looking at what could you do in the US, and it was like, oh yeah, you could deliver alcohol, for people who want to get drunk in a hurry. But then ultimately, they decided a more natural market was to get to a space where there was no good logistics network, and they finally settled on Africa, delivering critical medical supplies in Africa, right? So over a few years, 3 years, they became the kind of like the biggest medical supply network in Africa. And then from there, they had a pickup in the US. Walmart, Temasek became their latest round of investors. They are actually our newest unicorn. And they've gone from establishing themselves in Africa to becoming the biggest challenger to Amazon delivery in the US, which is a great example of how something that can be kind of like conceptualized in a more mature market kind of rolled out in the emerging world, and then come back to a developed market to kind of disrupt the existing incumbents. Yeah. So we would like to see a lot more of these kind of startups, actually.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. And of course, that was a really great addition to what Hammer has said. And how do we provide strong startup support in the midst of a pandemic? For example, in terms of mentorship. Nicholas, perhaps you'd like to share your thoughts on this question.
Okay. Firstly, I really want to align to confirm the trends in the Asia Pacific region. The first one is SME really are the engine of the growth and the innovation in the Asia Pacific region. They account for about the 97% of the all business and they employ over half of the workforce in this region. The second, everybody already know that, right? The pandemic already forced all the business to accelerate their digital transformation and move to the cloud few years ahead of schedule. These two trends is very important for my coming suggestion and comments. I want to share that what we are doing from this perspective. As an ICT player enabler, Huawei, we have striving to activate some cooperation in the industry ecosystem on a larger scale and to strive to provide startup and SME with an industry cooperation ecosystem, hardware platform, cloud and AI software platform, and also industry experience sharing worldwide. And then in addition, we have our cloud and HMS. These two big platforms are used to enable the startup and SME in different progress across the sell-in, sell-with, and sell-through. Based on this effort, we can create an environment and a platform for startup and SME covering the full industry chain from innovation, marketing, revenue generation, and also ecosystem cooperation, which all important for the startup. And meanwhile, very recently, we are offered 2 dedicated programs for SME and the startup, which is really meaningful for the startup SME in this pandemic time. The first one we call is the SME support program, which was launched in April this year by our Asia Pacific Cloud. It's aimed to provide technical support to SME to survive through the pandemic. For example, the eligible company will receive free professional consulting service, including the cutting-edge cloud solutions for different industry scenarios. The other one is known as we call is Huawei Spark, which is a deep tech accelerator. Was launched last year. Spark providing the financial support, training, resource, mentoring, technical support, and the go-to-market support to all the participant startup also. All this we have done in the past years and months, and of course we are trying to do more to collaborate with startup SME in this special period also.
Thank you so much, Nicholas, and I really love all the different ways that your team and is actually supporting startups, and especially in the midst of a pandemic. There's so many opportunities out there. And Eugene, what about on your end? What are some of these strong startup support schemes that you'd like to talk to that they can take advantage of in the midst of a pandemic?
So thanks for that, Wayne. I think, well, like I mentioned, the illustrious panelists before you have already alluded to many of the things that can go towards helping a startup in a pandemic. In my mind, if I were to think of the largest problems that face startups today, it would be to a certain extent, access to capital, although one would argue that actually during the pandemic, there hasn't been a shortage or there hasn't been a pullback in terms of investments in startups. But still, I think access to capital for the individual startup is a bit of a problem. Second is access to customers And I think Nicholas alluded to this, and I think it's incredibly important for startups to be able to find a way to engage customers, even very early on in their journey. The third thing in my mind that's critically important is access to talent, and I think Hima alluded to this earlier. But I would say that different startups do have different talent needs. Um, a lot of the startups that are perhaps coming out from local research institutes, local research entities, they come from the best research minds in the world. But that doesn't necessarily translate to all of them being able to attract follow-on funding in terms of investments, being able to engage customers, and so on and so forth. So there's a need, and I think Celestine alluded to this, to have bilingual talent, the ability not only to understand the technology, but also to understand the business. So if you look at the trifecta of biggest issues that are facing our startups today, there are various schemes that have been put in place. I would say that for talent, I alluded to TIAP earlier, the ability to second, whether it's researchers into businesses or other similar schemes like that. And we talk about mentorship. I think all the IHLs, universities have got various mentorship programs that allow communities to engage with the startups. It's especially important when mentorship comes from organizations such as Huawei, where we are able to look at connecting large enterprises together with our startups. So there are all those schemes that exist. I would say when it comes to capital, Enterprise Singapore has done a sterling job in being able to either co-fund or facilitate all these various things and programs. I encourage you to look up Enterprise Singapore's website for the various schemes that are available to new startups. And when it comes to access to customers, I would say that is perhaps one of the biggest challenges that we face. At A-Star, one of the things that we are doing is engaging, because we do about 1,500 industry engagements a year. The idea is to work with all these large companies, these multinational corporations, and see if, in fact, some of their problem statements can be responded to with the startup ecosystem. And so it's about, again, convening an ecosystem where we are able to respond to the problem statements of one company with the skills and capabilities that exist within other companies, including startups. So I think that's some examples of schemes that are available to address the current problem statements. I would say one of the things that's interesting and that we've been toying with over the last couple of years at A-Star is taking it even one step further, acknowledging that there are these three problem statements that are likely to arise as a startup grows. What we're looking is doing venture co-creation. So we're looking at the investment community, private equity investors, local enterprise, multinational corporations to work with us to see if in fact we want to or are able to co-create startups together. So immediately when you've got a corporation that's coming in and engaging with researchers to co-create a startup, that already addresses the problem of talent, because we are bringing in the talent that exists within the enterprise or the venture capital or the private equity companies or the venture builders. So hint, Jeremy, if you want to come on board and build something with us, quite open to that as well. Same with everyone present here. So addressing talent is one thing. Access to market, again, venture capitalists, multinational corporations, local enterprises already have access to a broad customer base, right? And it's about letting the startup tap onto that customer base that I think is critically important. And with that, automatically follows follow-on funding. So I think, again, it's about addressing this trifecta. There are schemes in place to address them downstream if the startup has already been created. But why not think about working together with the local research ecosystem and co-create these companies at the get-go?
Truly, there's so many opportunities out there that startups can leverage on in terms of partnerships with the university. And one of the resources that universities do make available to startups is academic research. Now, academic research focuses on long-term challenges and thus may sometimes move slower, whereas industrial R&D is driven by time-sensitive product development projects. So my next question for Nicholas is, How do we navigate through these and come up with a win-win solution? Nicholas, what are your thoughts on this question?
We firmly believe that the innovation is fundamental for the survival and also future development for all the players in the industry. Of course, for startup, usually they focus on the innovation also. For Huawei, in the last 3 decades, we take us as an example. We focus a lot on the innovation, and also that is our core competitiveness of our company. In the early stage of Huawei, we focus on the rapid innovation on products, solutions, and technologies that could meet the market needs and bring the commercial value and the benefits to us in the short to mid term. As our business expand, that is definitely the startup SME will follow the same way. Or while we grew into a leaders in a certain field, the importance of the basic research and the innovation amplified. Therefore, that's why we have invest 10 to 16% of our sales revenue into the R&D on a yearly basis in the past decade. Our R&D expense, as you know, in 2020 reached about the $22 billion US, which about the 60% of the total revenue. That means this kind of the R&D investment definitely not only on the short-term investment, also the long-term also. And we believe that the global and open cooperation innovation can create more value for the industry and academia. And Huawei has established research and innovation partnership with more than 300 IHLs and 900 research institutes and firms around the world. Following the principle of open innovation, we will leverage global innovation resource and attract global professionals to collaborate on research. We definitely will consider the challenge that business and academia will face in the future. In Singapore, we are doing the same way. We work closely with top university to carry out the fundamental research and the cutting-edge tech innovations. And meanwhile, we also try to accelerate the engineering and application level innovations with Poly. In total, it's definitely this long-term and short-term, you must find the suitable and best partners in the right time.
Thank you so much. And I think we've just reached the end of time. So I'm going to end off today's forum panel discussion with this question. And of course, panelists, you can also add on any other thoughts that you might want to add on based on some of the inputs that were discussed earlier. If there are any points that you feel that you want to bring up in your last comments for today, please bring it up as well. But the question is, all right, what is your hope or vision for the future of university-industry collaboration? Your wish list of what you'd like to see in the future. Let us start with Jeremy. What is your hope and vision for the future of university-industry collaboration? What do you want to see?
Thank you so much. I'd like to work with the universities of Singapore to produce a very consistent pipeline of talent, which we already have, with vision and integrity. I think vision and integrity is still a bit dormant. We have it, but we need to actualize it, right? I absolutely believe the next decade or two is going to be a golden era for startups in Singapore and Southeast Asia. There's going to be so much money chasing so few ideas and so few good people. So let's work together to build up more amazing talent that are multi-dimensional. And I think that would serve the country and the region in very good stead. Yeah, and that's my hope. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. And we hope that there's really going to be a golden era as well over the next 20 years. I'm sure everyone is looking forward to that. What about you, Hammer? What are you hoping to see for the future of university industry collaborations?
I mean, I completely agree with what Jeremy said, because the next decade will belong to entrepreneurs, startups. I mean, there are a lot of problems to solve for the community, for the society in general. And one of the areas where I see massive impact can happen is through disruption, right? And most of the disruption, if you look at the characteristics of disruption, they are not top down, they are bottom up. Because they are bottom up, you always start with products that are only good enough. You don't have to really do cutting edge design. You don't have to spend a lot of money on research and all that, right? You can start with what is good enough. So I wanted the universities to be able to create students that are looking at working with ambiguity, right? Because you can't have a very fixed models, fixed ideation stage, right? So it is going to be very pertinent for students to be able to understand how to create new markets. So I think that is my wish list for the academia, to be able to create students with an inquisitive mind, with a mind to work in ambiguity, and with a mind to be able to also focus on emerging economies. Because there's some reservation for people here, when you look at looking at economies to work in Africa or China or India. I think here there is a reservation with people's mind. I think that reservation should go off, and people should be able to try all these different ideas that's going to happen. Because whilst the idea can emerge from Singapore, the execution should happen in places where Singapore can impact these emerging economies in a larger manner. I think those are my views, Wayne.
Thank you so much, Hema. And of course, I think what you mentioned about emerging economies is something that we all need to think about and look at as well. And I'm sure Nicholas would have more to add to that. Nicholas, can you share with us your hope or vision for the future of university industry collaboration? What do you want to see?
Yeah, I hope we can definitely can do more collaboration with university, poly, and also the whole ecosystem players. With a joint effort, we hope that Singapore, the whole ecosystem can be a flagship model among the global presence within Huawei. Also, I want, with our continuous effort, I want Huawei can be a very good brand, a very good local corporate within the Singapore ecosystem, and contribute more on the talent, innovation, and also contribute more commercial and social value to the SME and the startup also.
Thank you so much, Nicholas, for sharing that. We're going to move on to Celestine. Celestine, what about you? Your hope or vision for the future of university industry collaborations? What's your wish list?
Yeah, my wish list is very simple. It's continuing to nurture and enlarge the pool of bilingual talent that really pushes the envelope in various ways, and ultimately to serve the community. Thanks.
Where you commit?
You're muted.
You're mute yourself.
You're muted.
Oh, so sorry. I just got too excited by Celestine's and all the other panelists' answers. That was really short and sweet, and of course, very impactful as well, Celestine. And we're going to round off this discussion with Eugene's take on what he hopes to see for the future of university industry collaboration.
Thanks, Wayne. I think if I had a wish list of a couple of things, I would say two things. First of all, when it comes to open innovation, as Nicholas alluded to earlier, it's about having everyone embrace this idea, right? So open innovation is not just about innovation that happens in isolation within the R&D facilities of a multinational corporation. It really is about having your corporations, your enterprises embrace the innovation that's happening in the universities, that's happening with research institutes all across the globe. And I really would like for everyone to embrace that. Not only corporations to embrace this idea of open innovation, but also researchers to do this, right? I think more and more, we've certainly seen an uptake. We've seen the inflection point happen over the last 10 years. I really hope that this continues to accelerate. One. Two, the other thing that I'm really hoping that happens over the next decade or so. I'd like to echo some of the things that Jeremy, Hema, and Celestine have also talked about in terms of startups and open innovation. I would like to see us as an ecosystem embrace startups as a legitimate means of creating and capturing value in Singapore. And that's throughout the ecosystem, people believing, from students wanting to create startups to policymakers genuinely appreciating and backing the startups that are being created. So two things on my wish list: open innovation and embracing startups.
Thank you so much, Eugene, and that was really a fantastic finish to our 1 hour forum panel discussion. Thank you so much to all our panelists. Big round of applause. Give yourselves a big round of applause, please, 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 please. Take it away. All of you have been absolutely fantastic. Thank you for taking the time to join us today. And of course, we hope that all your dreams and visions for university industry collaborations will come true. And I believe over the last hour, we pulled out all the best ingredients possible to usher in a golden era of successful university and industry collaborations and partnerships. And we hope you as the audience took something home as well that you can learn from and apply. Of course, moving on with our next program, we are going to be having a industry spotlight next, as well as a research showcase. So do stay tuned for that. This has been me, Wayne Chan, and enjoy the rest of your program. Thank you. Once again, I'd like to acknowledge our panel of sponsors for supporting this event. On behalf of SUTD, I'd like to thank them for their generous support. We have an innovative feature here on the webinar, where you can request a meeting with our sponsors easily. Just click on the Sponsors tab in our webinar menu, find out more about them, and then you could also request a meeting. Coming up next, we'd like to present to you our next exciting lineup, the Industry Spotlight. It is a special time for our Platinum sponsors to share more about their companies and their capabilities. You can also click on the sponsors' logos in this webinar, which will bring you to the Platinum sponsors' website to find out even more about them. Enjoy.
Semicron and EBM Pabst are connected by a long partnership in the series production business. We have now transferred this cooperation to a project concerning the process infrastructure here at the Nuremberg location.
The retrofit was carried out on a ventilation system in the production building. This is a building that is 20 years old and consists of a total of 5 production floors and 1 office floor. There was only a very short period of time available for the retrofit of the system, as people in the building are normally working 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. In agreement with the production department, we were able to achieve a production break between Christmas and New Year, during which we carried out this retrofit within a few days.
For the solution here at Semicron, a fan grid is a good choice. A fan grid is a multitude of fans, EC centrifugal fans from the Radipac family, which in combination replace a single fan in this case. A fan grid offers very clear advantages compared to the existing solution with a single motor with a large blower. One of them is the reliability, that is, the availability of the system. In addition, we have a very compact installation space and allow space for a separate dehumidification, for example.
The result of the retrofit was that we were able to convert the dehumidification system. The system runs trouble-free, which means it doesn't attract attention, and this is always the best thing for the operator. Another benefit is the energy saving of about 12%. In summary, the cooperation with EBM Pabst and Kratschmeyer was very positive. We are currently planning to retrofit additional systems to save energy and increase redundancies. We would be happy if the next projects could be realized with these two companies again.
How hard does your building work? What if it could work a little smarter? Or a lot smarter? Introducing Building Connect by EBM Pabst, a complete suite of building management software and IoT devices that meter, operate, and optimize operations, turning any building into a smart one. So how does Building Connect enable buildings to be smart? Wireless controllers operating everything from lighting to ventilation to heating and cooling, connected to hundreds of sensors that collect information around the clock. Using artificial intelligence, the Building Connect system not only learns the most efficient way to utilize energy based on how you interact with your building, but automatically adjusts its performance in real time. This gives you a truly connected, fully autonomous, self-managing building that saves you between 20 to 70% of energy otherwise wasted. And you don't need to have a new building to make it smart. With plug-and-play connectivity and automated configuration, Building Connect can easily and affordably be installed into any existing structure. You can also connect multiple buildings on its web-based platform, creating new efficiencies across your entire company. Who doesn't love saving time, money, and the environment? Discover how Building Connect by EBM Pabst can make any building into a smart one.
China is experiencing an historical transformation.
But new directions established can have a lasting effect.
Huawei is a $100 billion company. They have operations in 170 countries.
It's one of the world's leading companies in telecommunications, provides telecom equipment, network equipment, has moved into the smartphone industry, and has taken a position in the top 3.
Most people think that Huawei has come from nowhere, when in actual fact it's taken 30 years to get to where they're going. Mr. Ren, the founder, lived through a very difficult time in China's history, which included famine, the Cultural Revolution. He'd had a pretty hard life.
在我那个小时候，我在那个县呢，这个乡镇呢，其实是很贫穷的。我们家庭就算好一点的，因为我们父母都是教师嘛。那好一点的标志呢，我们家炒菜是可以放盐的，就放盐的。 这就是我们属于好的生活条件。我们其实根本就不知道世界什么样子。
任总呢，他是74年到辽华参军，74年提南嘛就分到实验室，他是实验室的是仪表专业技术员，都是东北气色特别的冷。白天的时候，你假如是泼水喷水，马上就结成冰。战士当时给他的平时。 就喊他技术员嘛，所以都喊他任老技。他当时就打定主意了，这个是怎么能够把这个空气压力能搞出来？所以当时呢很困难，既没有图纸，也没有样机可以参考，谁也没见过。终于把这个空气压力产品搞出来了。
离开军队以后，我们跟军队没有任何关系。 走入市场经济，我们是非常不适应的，因为我们是计划经济模型出来的，军队就是1分钱都不能赚的。我们那个时候认为做工作做得不好，然后不会做工作，别人不要我们了。其实40岁创造这个华为的时候，应该是任何经验都没有。
Huawei basically started very, very small. 1987, Shenzhen, in an apartment. And Shenzhen was labeled what we would call today special economic zone. It's only in 1988 that formally private companies were allowed in China. But there was no real good ideas yet about what it takes to be a company.
我们呢创业的时候呢，注册资本是21000多块钱，我找了几个人集资，他们都退出去了，这里面没有任何国家1分钱。 我们那个时候去这个代理销售这个红联的这个交换机呢，就卖得很好了以后，他们也不供货了，就把我们逼到我们必须自己做我们的通信产品。
First 10 years were survival. It really was trying to almost take the breadcrumbs, what was possible.
因为我们那个时候是无路可走，我们根本就没有想链子不成功会怎么样。
We're working day and night, and you feel tired, you just go for the sleeping while, take some shower, and then you're coming back to work. Almost 1 month we do not leave this building.
但我记得很清楚的时候是，当时任总呢总是拿着一个大茶缸啊，在我们实验室到处给我们做很多讲话，对吧？我记得最清楚的是，就是有一个很好的愿景，就是我们要3分天下有其一。当然，我们公司还很小的情况下，那我们只是听一听而已，我们也不是说特别相信。
History has determined the existence of Huawei. If China didn't open up, Huawei would not exist. If private companies would not be allowed, Huawei would not exist. It fit perfectly the bill, what was needed at that time for a Chinese entrepreneur to give the push towards what will become one of the biggest telecom companies in the world. What we've seen from 1980 till today is that it is an economic miracle because Chinese economy has grown by 42 times.
中国庞大的市场，任何一个东西都会有人去购买的。我们自己有比较努力，积累了原始的资本。
In order not to die, you need to innovate, you need to grow, you need to learn. And I think this is where Mr. Ren was different. Whenever some money was available, he would try to put it in research and development.
我们原始的资本积累以后，并没有消费在自己身上，而是用于再投入，改善客户的利益。
当时我们进入这个行业的时候呢，我们发现我们面对着所有的这个城市市场都已经被国际上著名的通讯公司所占领的情况下，我们设备的唯一的一个机会就是在农村，但是农村的条件是相对恶劣的。我们做了一系列的个性化的、客户化的开发或者叫创新，真正满足农村的这个市场需求。
Huawei sent their people there, and no matter what would happen, they would stay until the problem was solved.
我们刚刚使用华为设备不久，突然遭到雷击，设备就是全部烧毁了。而人家是主动的提出来帮我们尽快恢复通信，采取手段，也感觉到华为公司确实不是我们原来接触的那些公司那个样，这个态度非常令我们感动。
When I first heard of Huawei in 1999, it was incredibly unusual. In IBM, we kind of misread the situation because we saw China opening up. And then Huawei came to us and they wanted this advice on learning management lessons, which really went back 100 or even 200 years in some cases. And so we thought that China would be a huge market for this kind of knowledge. The reality was that we were very wrong. It was really just Huawei who had this style of thinking.
You want to branch out, you have to go to the US. So Mr. Ren visited the Bell Labs. He saw how engineers were working there and creating beauty. It's the beauty that captures him, but that motivates him as well.
1997年12月份，介绍了一个 IBM 流程，讲了怎么在开发过程中把研发、市场、供应链、财务等等呢合在一起呢，变成一个团队进行开发。当时任总决定在华为公司引进 IBM 的 IPD 流程。
A lot of employees, executives at that time didn't want to have any foreign company to intervene. But he said, we had chaos, we need structure, we need to change our systems. We need to bring in knowledge we don't have.
每个小时的顾问费是$680，那时候我的工资也就5000多块钱。但是我们说，为了明天，我们必须要向人家学习，需要承认人家的价值。这就是我们自始至终向西方学习。在这个学习基础中，我们逐渐在进行优化。
Huawei was very unique at the time, and actually 20 years later, they're still unique now with that style of thinking.
因为从2000年开始，我们国家在无线电的这个选择上，是 CDMA 啊、GSM 啊，还是什么东西，都是处在一种矛盾之中。我们当时判断呢，小灵通是没有前景的，它是可能会赚很多钱，但是是没有前景的，我们就没有做。CDMA 我们也做了，但是我们没有做 I95， 这个落后的这个体系叫 I95， 我们做的是 Vanix， 因为我坚定不移走 3GPP 的道路，做 GSM 这个道路，没有获得国家选择，个人精神是很痛苦的，不是如日度年。我不怕来自外面的压力，外面怎么能压我，我不怕，我还坚定这么走下去。
There is this almost North American style entrepreneurialism in the man. There is a spectacular determination. You almost feel like the company thinks it's going to fail every day. And so they have a hunger to innovate.
在我们不做中国这个市场的时候，在中国没有机会的时候，我们走向海外。
When the dot-com bubble burst, it actually had a massive impact on the whole technology sector.
Many of these companies saw they were in trouble and they reached for the accelerator. And they blasted into the brick wall.
A company imploding was like a cheer at every other company.
Huawei's rise is the story of the innovative China. In many ways, its survival is a miracle.
海外我们经历了不知道多少年，见不到客户。我觉得我们就背负着自己的产品，让客户认同我们，这个时段是非常难的。2000年左右才开始海外有人买我们一点设备，一点点的合同给我们。
Huawei, over the last 10 to 15 years, was focusing on these so-called less desirable areas. That's how they caught up to be huge.
We're the operator. We were so reliant on the innovations coming from the network vendors. Huawei consistently listened to us on what were our challenges to growth, what were our challenges to coverage, what were our challenges to capacity. And they absolutely went away and delivered a few months later in a brand new science.
而在欧洲很多地方的话，你要找站址是非常非常困难的，你还有很多古建筑，你也很难去做一些改动。当时我们就开发出一个创新性的解决方案，就是说把一个基站分成一个小盒子，再加上一个天线，接到楼顶上去。
They literally built it for us and took the risk on us, with us, that this would change a market. They've consistently believed in R&D making a difference and that the best quality product will end up selling. And it's served them well thus far.
我们不是卖低价成功而获得了欧洲市场，而是在继续创新、科技创新上获得的。在欧洲市场的突破呢，就是有这个得自于我们新格朗这个产品的做法呢，是来自于一个数学家，但这个数学家只有20几岁，今年应该30几岁了吧？因为我们觉得哪个地方有人才，我们就在哪个地方建立这个中心，让他们在自己的家门口就可以参加华为的工作。
Bangalore is Silicon Valley of India. We established the research center within 2.5 years with almost 700 India engineers.
Huawei is a consumer business 80 years ago. It's a very small business in Huawei. Our company even trying to shut off this business. At that time, Huawei used ultra low-end white label products. The customer experience is bad. I make a big decision to do middle-tier and high-tier products to promote Huawei, our own brand. That's quite a bold decision. The most important thing is to with our technology, our innovation, we should bring huge value to our customer. No matter how good we do, we should always think about how can we improve, how can we do better.
Before we started the project in Mount Everest, all the residents have moved away because in that temperature, no one can live. Everything is frozen, including our hair. But after we finish this project, everyone can video call, send a message, send a picture to their friends. The athlete who climbed up to the top of Mount Everest, when they reached the top, they sent us the first picture.
最主要呢，就是提供一个全覆盖的服务，让所有的人呢都能享受到通信带来的便利。
The most important thing during the natural disaster is communication. Huawei's teams recover the equipment which the earthquake destroyed. And we will keep standing behind the client to restore the assistance.
说我们在这个公司的价值体系理想呢，是要为人类服务，不是为金钱服务。
When you look at ICT and technology, 30 years, it's kind of like dog years. 30 years is the same as 120 years in a different industry.
If you look at the adoption rate of technology over the 100 years, it's accelerating. So when I look at security, you have to take security from the customer's point of view. We think security is about keeping a network running. Cybersecurity is a team sport. So all of us have a role to play. Because we focus on the customer and only the customer, we deliver what they want.
华为过去的创新实际上是基于客户需求的创新发明。下一步的怎么办？必须有理论的突破以及基础技术的发明。只有这样，我们这个产业才有发展更多的机会和产业方向。
我们呢，只挣到钱不给股东，也不给员工，我们给客户。就是这些，一个是投向未来的科学研究，一个是为客户服务的精神落实到底。
I'm fiercely passionate about the way technology can improve people's lives for the good. Better health, better education, it can stop crime, it can solve crime, it can basically bring prosperity. And therefore, being able to use technology in a way that is moving forward companies and countries is very, very important to me.
So as a personal user with 5G, of course you'll get a much greater speed, but it will explode in internet, machine-to-machine, industrial, the digitized factory, autonomous driving. There's many, many new aspects that we're aiming to satisfy with 5G that goes way beyond the personal usage, and that's what's so exciting about the science.
大家也知道，5G 实际上是一个小儿科的产品。5G 实际上是人工智能的支撑系统，因为它有低时延的优点。如果人工智能应该从正面来看它，会创造极大的财富，对不对？比如说一个拖拉机，它就24小时耕地，它也不需要人管它，它24小时耕地，对吧？它不粮食就种多一点嘛。第二点，有些困难地区我们人都不想去，让这个人工智能拖拉机去耕地就行了嘛。
Huawei is attractive because of its technology, because it's entrepreneurial. It's got capacity for 5G that no one really in the world has. It's supplying every part of the process.
说我们从芯片到系统，我们完全可以自己来担负起来这个东西。在这个网络连接这个设备上，这个就说包括传送啊，包括接入啊，包括核心网啊，我们可能长期处在世界领先地位。
So what will the future hold for Huawei? I think that's an important question, not only for the company, for the founder, but also for the rest of the world.
等到全部都5G 化以后，信息的这个价格就会降下来，这样是让农村的孩子啊、贫穷的孩子啊，他都有条件能在网上看见这个世界，那就会提高他们的素质，提高他们素质，他们将来为人类创造财富的能力就会增强。
Hello everyone! A very good afternoon to all of you. My name is Jane, and I'm part of the marketing and communications team at Rohde & Schwarz Asia. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to share with you today more about Rohde & Schwarz, who we are, what we do, and our activities in Singapore. Rohde & Schwarz is a technology group that develops, produces, and sells a wide range of electronic capital goods for industry and government customers with a focus on solutions that contribute to a safer and connected world. Founded more than 85 years ago by university friends Dr. Lothar Rohde and Dr. Hermann Schwarz, Rohde & Schwarz has expanded to become a global company, and we continue to live our values. They are impactful, entrepreneurial, and reliable. Rohde & Schwarz has grouped its activities into 4 business fields in order to address the different markets with dedicated products: radio monitoring and radio location, secure communications, broadcast and media, and test and measurement. That is our world. For almost a century, we've been helping to shape the technology-driven universe we live in and create leading solutions to ensure a safer and connected world. Here are places where you can find our technologies. Starting from the left and moving to the right, we begin with the aviation sector. Air traffic controllers working in control towers all over the world use our radio technologies to communicate with pilots and ensure the safety of flights. Our innovative air traffic control communication systems are reliable and flexible. They are able to detect hidden radio signals, and they ensure the highest levels of safety and efficiency. Next, we have our security scanners that are in use at airports worldwide. This state-of-the-art millimeter wave security scanner automatically detects potentially dangerous items carried on the body or in clothing with high precision. It is designed to make people screening faster, more effective, and comfortable at security operations. Our testers run hardware and software tests for phones. They have extremely stringent speed and reliability requirements. More than 1 billion smartphones have been tested by our wideband radio communication testers. Our drone detection solutions detect remote controlled activity even before drones take off, ensuring a fast and effective response to the drone and the pilot, and preventing potential collisions with the drones near airports. Most Hollywood blockbusters use our post-production technology for finishing and mastering premium content. Our automotive testing solutions make driving safer and more comfortable. We have test solutions for EMC, bus systems, infotainment, e-call, satellite navigation, radar sensors, local and long-range radio, remote control key, and electric drive. Our test and measurement solutions guarantee that key factors of wireless smart home devices like proper functionality, battery life, and performance are fulfilled. Many radio and TV broadcasters worldwide use our transmitters to achieve the highest possible transmission quality for their programs. Our IT solutions help hospitals protect sensitive patient data from theft. With our cybersecurity solutions, we help banks securely transfer data for digital services. The company is headquartered in Munich, Germany, and has strong regional hubs in USA and Asia. We have development centers, sales and service offices all around the world. Our development locations outside of Germany carry out application development for specific regional and customer needs, as well as new products for the worldwide market. Our production plants are located in Tuisnach, Memmingen, Windhoek, as well as in Singapore and JB, Malaysia. Rohde & Schwarz in Singapore has established itself as a key player in Asia since 1997. We are happy to share that we have grown over the years. We have now more than 450 employees in Singapore from 18 different nationalities, serving customers from different countries across the world. We have 2 locations, in Changi Business Park and the other in Loyang. Here are our major milestones in Singapore over the last 2 decades. Rohde & Schwarz established its presence in Singapore in 1997, starting a support center with 6 employees. As we grew over the years, we set up our in-house R&D team and production facilities in Singapore and Malaysia to respond to worldwide demands. The advantage of local and regional expertise, coupled with a strong network of subsidiaries in Asia, has helped establish our reputation as a trusted partner. As an integral part of the global strategy of Rohde & Schwarz, our operations in Singapore have grown to match market demands. Today, Rohde & Schwarz in Singapore has well-established R&D capabilities, production, systems engineering, supply chain management, and procurement services. The dedicated research and development team in Singapore closely collaborates with our German HQ in Munich to develop high-tech innovations. We have more than 100 R&D engineers in Singapore since R&D activities first began in 2008. We have developed and produced a portfolio of solutions for worldwide application. Our production plants in Singapore and Malaysia form an integral part of the R&S global production and supply chain network. Strategic workflow is focused in final assembly and final testing. Our system projects and engineering team is a leading provider of innovative turnkey solutions with a proven specialization in industrial EMC projects. Rohde & Schwarz's focus is on its people. Our more than 12,300 qualified employees from across the world are laying the foundations for smart cities, the Internet of Things, and the telecommunications standards of the future. They are the reason why Rohde & Schwarz is a technology leader in all of its business fields. The company is committed to creating an ideal work environment where customer and employee ideas can be turned into creative solutions. We focus on lifelong learning and we foster it. We pursue the goal of promoting personal and professional growth in our teams. This has been received very well worldwide. The company is also committed to vocational training. Since its founding, Rohde & Schwarz has prepared thousands of young people for professional careers in Germany. Today, the company offers training in professions ranging from electronic technicians and IT specialists to industrial administrative assistants. Trainees also have the opportunity to complete a combined vocational training or degree program. Rohde & Schwarz trainees are regularly among the best in their year, both locally and throughout Germany. Just last year, an RNS trainee again received the prize for the best electronics technician in Germany in the field of information and systems technology. To further develop our talents, we are committed to nurturing the next generation of leaders from diversified local talent pool. We have awarded more than 20 scholarships through the Polygo's UAS program, the Singapore Industry Scholarship, and to students in the Technical University of Munich. We actively engage tertiary institutions for internships and industrial exchanges. We participate in SG United traineeships program to support fresh graduates. To date, we have 7 trainees in the finance, systems and engineering, and research and development teams. We are also committed to fostering growth and developing our people through various learning and development courses. We support our people to upskill and gain new knowledge. In 2020, we offered more than 200 training courses with more than 4,800 training places taken up by employees. Do keep up to date with us on our latest innovations, webinars, and technology news on social media platforms, Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, and Twitter. I thank you all for your attention, and I wish you a lovely day ahead.
This is an era of simplicity, authenticity, and efficiency. An era of full competition. Singapore Mentorship Committee focuses on bringing together the experience and wisdom of successful international entrepreneurs and the keen perception of the world of the younger generation to fully integrate the cultural strengths of different countries and to complement one another as we adapt to a changing world today. As a not-for-profit organization, SMC is dedicated to creating a leading mentoring platform that embraces innovation. We provide collaboration opportunities, networks, and resources for the students of institutions of higher learning, young entrepreneurs, and business leaders. We have established strong partnerships with Singapore International Chamber of Commerce, Business China, the Law Society of Singapore, and institutions of higher learning in Singapore. Through the exchange and collaboration of mentors from different countries, we are able to focus more on matching new technology applications with different markets, enabling our innovative generation to reach a new level of market awareness and integration. We develop and promote a culture of continuous learning. we have organized diversified programs for students, startups, mentors, and enterprises. Embrace legacy and innovation. Join hands for a better future, connecting the global perspectives and resources of our mentors and partners. We are committed to nurturing young talent, entrepreneurial leadership, and business innovation for Singapore and Asia.
A warm welcome back to the 2021 edition of the First Industry Workshop. Now, earlier this morning, we heard from Mr. Cheney Ho, co-founder and executive director of Board Advantech Co. Limited, Mr. David Ong, senior partner, NEF Group Spieler AG, and chairman, Singapore Mentorship Committee, as well as Dr. Mohan Rajesh Hilara, assistant professor, engineering product development pillar, SUTD, in their wonderful keynote addresses. We also learned from our esteemed panelists in the forum panel discussion on their perspectives on industry-academia collaboration. We had also featured the Industry Spotlight, where our platinum sponsors showcased their innovations and capabilities. If you have missed the earlier session, we will be posting a recording on the First Industry Workshop website. In our next segment, I'd like to acknowledge and highlight the various research centers, pillars, and clusters that are showcased today. As a research-intensive university, SUTD will ensure that its research is relevant to and has an impact on lives and society. Ideas and concepts will be developed and translated into products, enterprises, or policies, which will have concrete benefits for Singapore and Singaporeans, such as the creation of new jobs, improving Singapore's position in the global knowledge economy, or informing national policy making. These efforts will in turn build a multidisciplinary research community with an open and collaborative culture that will also advance knowledge in technology and design. By clicking on the links on the First Industry Workshop website, you'll have an overview of SUTD's research centers, pillars, and clusters, and their research capabilities. Next, we are showcasing SUTD research projects by faculty from our SUTD research centers, pillar, and clusters. You may also find out more about these research projects from the SUTD website using our QR code or click on the link in our webinar.
So people need three things to survive on Earth: food, energy, and water. In our research group, we are targeting two of these fundamental challenges: water and energy. And we want to use low-dimensional nanomaterial to solve these two challenging issues together. Usually, in the research community, some research group they are targeting on solving energy issues, and some group they are working on water treatment. However, in SUTD, we are focusing on one very unique area. We are trying to find one solution for these two challenging issues together. So in one of our projects, it's called the desalination battery. Basically, we desalinate seawater, ocean water, remove the sodium and chloride ions from the seawater. At the same time, we utilize the sodium and chloride ions to store energy. So we desalinate the water and store energy, making that two steps together. With these new solutions, actually we can supply fresh seawater, desalinated water to everybody in Singapore. At the same time, we can have low price energy storage being available to everybody. My big vision for this project is we can turn the entire ocean into a big desalination battery, a huge desalination battery, so everybody can enjoy the desalinated water and free power from this huge desalination battery. We are also looking at to recycle valuable resource from the seawater. For example, as we all know, lithium metals is one of the natural metal we can find in seawater. We're also looking at ocean mining to recycle those very valuable metal ions from seawater and then utilize them as battery electrode to store battery or for other purpose. I think by that way, we can maximize the natural resource we can achieve from the ocean.
We produce 300 million tons of plastic every year, and 90% is actually missed, it's not recovered. It ends in oceans or ends in landfills. Plastic per se is not bad. I mean, plastic was invented in the 1930s, and since then, actually, most of our development, in the last century cannot be understood without the benefits that plastic brought into society. The problem is actually also how society has become added to this material and the amount that we are producing and this lack of integration into the natural systems. We are not trying to remove plastic. We are not trying to go back 100 years on technology. What we are trying is completely the opposite. What we are trying to do is to bring materials that they outperform plastic in many senses. They open like new possibilities and they enable to make engineering in a society that moves around biology, and by definition that society will be sustainable. So take for example the case of FLAM, right? The material that we made in collaboration with Stilianos. So this material is not only strong, but again, since we never modify the composition, let's respect the natural molecules, it's actually perfectly integrated in the ecology of Earth. So FLAM is made out of cellulose and chitin. They are like the most abundant and second most abundant organic polymers on Earth. Cellulose is well known for everybody, is everywhere in green plants, right? Chitin is less known because of the lack of industrial uses. Chitin, for example, is the cells of the insects. The protective exoskeleton of the insect is made mostly of chitins. Same thing for molluscus and the sea cells. Actually, they are also made of chitin. So it's a molecule that nature is using in very different areas to make strong protective materials. In the Fermat lab, the lab that I lead in Sutd, we focus on the integration of biology in other engineering fields. We are setting the ground to what we call the biomaterial age, where biology will link and integrate with other engineering fields to bring them to the next level. In the case of plastic, what we are determined is to actually break this cycle of production and consumption of plastic in a non-sustainable way. And what we're trying to do is to set a new paradigm that is based on biological materials, where your materials are produced, manufactured into products and degrade in closed regional areas. And actually they have like this kind of circular economy society embedded into the material itself.
Advances in material science often lead to huge increases in productivity and advancements in society. If you think about it, it's like the Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age, they're all named after materials. And more recently, silicon and glass optical fiber led to the computer and the internet. So you can see that these technologies have had a profound impact on the way that humans live and behave, and also fueled the economy to a certain extent. And therefore, it's very important that we continue to design, discover and develop new materials. So we're studying chalcodrenide materials. These are materials that substantially consist of sulfur, selenium and tellurium, and they have fascinating properties. One of the properties I like and study the most is their phase change property. So they can exist in multiple states at room temperature. This is very different to most materials. Here we have an opportunity to switch them and use those to make devices that have switchable properties. So you might have experienced chalcogenides, especially if you're my age, when we were recording most of our data onto DVDs and CDs. They were actually the active layer in the rewritable CDs in the 90s and noughties. These materials have a number of applications aside from the technological applications that we're looking at in Actilab. For instance, chalcogenides are often used in solar cells, and they're used in thermoelectrics, also semiconductor devices as well. So in our group, we're moving away from some of the more traditional chalcogenide materials that other groups are looking at for data storage, and rethinking some materials that were once discarded for data storage applications and applying them to photonics. One of the big advantages of our group is that we can go through the whole process from conceiving an idea for a material, simulating it, testing it in the lab, or trying to create it and test it in the lab, and then fabricating a device. So we don't only do device design and we don't only do materials design, we do the two things in conjunction. And this gives us an extra degree of freedom because we're no longer limited by off-the-shelf materials or pre-existing designs. We can design the materials and design devices synchronously for a specific application. We've recently found a material that has a very high transmissivity in the visible spectrum, and this is really useful for display technologies. We're currently working with A-Star, other universities in Singapore, to create holographic displays and beam steering devices based on these materials. And hopefully one day we'll all have a chalcogenide holographic display in our living rooms.
I like hawker centre because I like to hang out with my friends and my family.
We like hawker centres because it's affordable and there's a wide variety of food available there.
I like the hawker centre because of the local kopi.
I like hawker centres because of the food that gets passed down generation to generation through their recipes.
In Singapore, food is very important, and hawker centers is the place where people celebrate food in community. So we think this is a subject of study for us, and we think that the hawker centers could be further explored and incorporate new things to make them more exciting and more relevant in the future. Hawker centers now are under the pressure of the food courts and the malls. So the question would be, how can we make them relevant again? How can we incorporate new things? How can we change and tweak the existing spaces so that they are relevant and attractive for people and to face the new challenges that Singapore is undergoing? So part of the research I'm doing in Sutd is related to sustainable space making by using digital tools. So digital tools for architecture is the way that we can integrate data with design intentions. So we can merge very objective information with our intuition to really create sustainable spaces. So we can actually design geometries that are self-shaded and create cross-ventilation that are utilizing more our resources, natural resources and energy, and to address more complex challenges. The challenges in the future, I think, would make the hawker centers be more integrated and articulated with society. So it's not a room where people go, it's more a space that is more connected, more open, and also more sustainable. So I see the hawker centers like something closer to a park than a room within a building.
Transportation is responsible for a quarter of the world's global CO2 emissions. This is a greenhouse gas that contributes to global warming. About 3/4 of that is due to road transport. This means the cars and trucks that we use to get our goods and to move around. The world vehicle population is about 1.3 billion vehicles today, and it's expected to grow to 2 billion vehicles by year 2050. Freight transport demand is expected to grow 3 times around the same time frame. So the challenge is really how to address this growth and demand. How can we make sure that we fulfill these travel needs sustainably? So my research at Sutd looks at sustainable urban mobility. We are interested in different ways to reduce the environmental impact of transport in our city. One of the most recent projects we did was to look at freight transport or the movement of goods in the city. And we're thinking of different ways to optimize the movement. So one thing we found out through the research study was that trucks actually idle quite a fair bit and also are not fully loaded most of the time. And these are signs of inefficiencies that we're trying to correct. There are several things that we can do as an individual to reduce the environmental impact of transport. First is to avoid car travel wherever possible. So this means adopting virtual meetings instead of physical meetings, or walking, cycling, and taking public transport like the bus or MRT. If we were to take taxi or private hire rides, we can consider sharing the rides. The average car occupancy is only about 1.7 passengers, which is fairly low. A car can actually take on more passengers, so share the ride when you can. Another thing we can do if we were to opt for car travel is to consider using smaller or lighter vehicles that's more efficient than bigger and heavier ones, or even consider the use of hybrid vehicles, which are more efficient. In terms of online shopping, consumers can also make a difference by choosing maybe not so urgent deliveries or having their deliveries sent to delivery lockers. So this reduces the risk of missed deliveries and extra trips that have to happen. So small choices like that can actually make a difference as well.
Once again, a huge shout out to each and every one of our generous and supportive sponsors. Our deepest appreciation for their ongoing support for the First Industry Workshop 2021. On behalf of the First Industry Workshop 2021 Organizing Committee, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude for your participation in making this event a success. It has been an interesting day filled with visions for innovation and collaborations for the future. My name is Wayne Chan, and it has been a pleasure to host you for the First Industry Workshop 2021. Join us next year for the 2022 edition of the First Industry Workshop on 27th July 2022. I'll see you then.